Alrighty, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all having a good Memorial Day weekend. I know I'm going to have a little bit of fun today as we are tracking the possibility for yet some more severe weather. Now, I know some places across the Midwest already had some showers and thunderstorms this morning and even into the early afternoon, some of which were actually a little bit on the strong side. That was kind of round number one. Now we have round number two, which is actually currently getting itself a little bit organized here across parts of southern Missouri, going all the way towards the Ohio River Valley. As a matter of fact, for the second day in a row, we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. Again, was just issued just a little bit ago. And this is the watch that you see right here there on your screen. Again, it covers most of southeastern Missouri, as well as a good portion of northern Arkansas, as well as some counties going into southwestern Illinois, western Kentucky, extreme western Kentucky, and parts of northwestern Tennessee. That being said, this is not the only tornado watch that is in effect. There is actually another one that encompasses southwestern Missouri and the tip there of northwestern Arkansas. However, this kind of PDS tornado watch is really kind of the main area where we're expecting to be seeing quite a bit in the way of severe weather as we head our way through the afternoon. In fact, we're already starting to see quite a number of some supercell thunderstorms actually developing now across some parts of Missouri, going back down into parts of Arkansas. So let's take a look at our good friend here, the radar. And really right now, kind of the strongest storm that we are seeing is this guy right here to the southwest of St. Robert. Again, we are looking in Missouri at this time. One problem that we're going to have here, over maybe the next hour or so is that some of these more eastern supercells are kind of at a little bit of a low-level radar coverage gap. So might not be some of the best radar images, but still, given the circumstances, I don't think this will be too much of a problem for us. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look. Whoa. Sorry, I forgot I had my cell phone there. All right, give me 1 second here, just getting everything good old-fashioned and organized. All right, so with that in mind, let's take a look here. So this is our main supercell that we've been watching. It dropped about 2 3/4 of an inch hail, so almost about 3-inch size hail, all the way down here around Lebanon, Missouri. That was just a little bit ago. In fact, this particular severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect is actually labeled as a destructive storm. Now, recently, they've started adding these special tags to the severe thunderstorm warnings again, so this is somewhat of a relatively new thing here. Again, there used to just be a time where it was just, severe thunderstorm warning and that was it. But now there's, they have some tags here and there on them. So that gives them a little bit more information. So this is labeled as a destructive storm. And evidently, if it's producing 2 3/4 of an inch size hail, that's some pretty decent size hail. That'll certainly put some dents in your car. But as we talked about before numerous times, the big hail producing thunderstorms are supercells, and supercells have rotation in them. That's what makes them a supercell. And they can also produce tornadoes, and that is exactly what is going to be expected. In fact, if we kind of zoom out here a little bit, we can see that we're watching quite a few areas of storms. We got this kind of line here working its way from pretty much around the St. Louis area, going back down towards Osage Beach, and then more so over towards the Boulevard area. And then out ahead of that, we have 1 and 2 little supercell thunderstorms right here. Now, again, at the moment, they're not producing much in the way of tornadic activity, but that could very well change. In fact, the environment that these storms are about to run into is actually a pretty decent environment. And I say that simply because, there is a good amount of wind shear, as well as some more moist air in there. And yes, it is pretty warm. Now, the moisture is very important. As mentioned, they had those storms earlier on today, and that certainly helped to add the moisture. We then saw the atmosphere have enough time to destabilize, and now we're getting these guys to kind of fire up here. Now, again, what we're looking at here when we talk about these supercells is these hook areas here. That's where you're going to find your tornado. We talked a lot about kind of the supercell structure yesterday, and as we get some, maybe hopefully here to develop and get a little bit more so, we'll be able to talk a little bit more about the structure there of the thunderstorm. But the other storm, too, that we're keeping an eye on is this guy down around here. It is to the to the east of Mansfield, Missouri, not Mansfield, Ohio. I've been there before. Cute little town. Actually, I don't really know if I'd call it a town or a little city. It's where they filmed Shawshank Redemption. The prison was right near there. Anyways, Mansfield. All right. But this time we're talking about Mansfield, Missouri. So Anyways, just past Springfield. Moving rapidly along. Again, at the moment, we don't have any active tornado warnings, but again, we are tracking a couple of storms here that really have the potential to effectively rotate. And as mentioned, this whole area is under a PDS tornado watch. So if we move our way up to the St. Louis area, well, it's a stormy one there for them as well. They got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for some hail and some locally gusty winds. Again, this atmosphere, too, is also pretty conducive for the potential for some tornadic activity, so we'll certainly have to keep an eye on them. You know, normally when we talk about long-track tornadoes, we tend to, talk often about the supercells, and sometimes we can kind of get some decent long track, some decent tornadoes within a line of storms. But in this situation, yes, it's kind of a line of storms, but it's a segmented line of storms. They're not necessarily all connected more or less here. So some of these storms are, to a degree, acting somewhat independent. Maybe not full independence, maybe some autonomy here and there, but you get the overall idea. So this little guy right here, again, as mentioned, around the St. Louis area, pretty much right over the, right near the airport, actually. Again, it's just being warned for some, small hail and some locally gusty winds. At the moment, it doesn't appear that there is much in the way of low-level rotation with that particular storm. The one further down to the south, same thing, mainly just about probably some 1-inch size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe about 1.5 inches within that. But again, the main activity that we are watching is going to be all the way down here across parts of central Missouri and eventually more so into southwestern Missouri. So let's take a look at our good friend here again, this stronger storm. And we are starting to see that there is a little bit of a notch here of some low-level rotation. So you see 2 radar images up here on the screen. And as I mentioned numerous times before, and I will just say it again for those of you who have already heard it, you can tune out for a few seconds, but the radar image that you see there on your left, that's the reflectivity, precipitation. You've all seen that before for the most part. The image that you see there on the right, at least right now, this is a storm relative velocity. So this is the radar measuring the direction of the winds within those storms there. Greens are winds going towards the radar site. Reds are winds going away from the radar site. And these are very useful for quite a number of reasons. In this situation, we're on storm relative because we want to filter out the motion of the storm to really just see the actual winds, if that makes any sense, of the thunderstorm, not including its motion. And so we're using this, again, to look for rotation within the storm. Where we see high values of red and green right up on each other, it's a good indication that there's some rotation or even a tornado. In this situation, we have a little bit of a notch right here. Again, not overly high, but enough that there is certainly, like I said, a little bit of low-level rotation. The storm itself, the rotation aspect, is just south of I-44. But the thing about this storm is we talked about with supercells before, because there's a lot of wind shearing going on, we tend to see the heaviest precipitation on the northern edge here, right here above where that area of rotation is. So again, right here is where some of that very large hail is likely going to be, right over I-44. So, there you go. Driving yourself through a hailstorm. About, like I said, 2 to 2.5 inch hail likely with this particular thunderstorm. Now, here is the hook part again. This is the hook part of the thunderstorm that we're watching. Now, it's not completely wrapped yet. It doesn't look exactly how we would want it at the moment, but this storm has been getting itself better organized over, pretty much the past 15 minutes or so. And so my guess here is the storm will likely continue to intensify. Again, we kind of take a look at this area here on the reflectivities. This is the updraft. This whole area right here that you see is the updraft area. Again, kind of a rain-free slot right here. That's the inflow also of the storm. The rotation is about right here. And, of course, that is helping to pull some of that rain back down, and that's what gives it a little bit there of that hook shape. Well, again, we talked quite a bit about it yesterday. Of course, there wasn't a whole lot to talk about yesterday, really. So we talked quite a bit about supercell thunderstorms a little bit there. So if you, want to learn a little bit more, take a look at yesterday's severe weather coverage that we did. Anyways, that being said, we'll keep an eye on that storm as it makes its way towards St. Robert. Again, it's certainly a hail producer nonetheless. And that's the other thing. The threat today, pretty much around this whole area, well, not threat, but the type of activity that we're expecting is really just about everything. We're expecting some straight line winds. We're expecting some large hail, as we've already seen. And we're expecting the possibility here for some tornadoes, not just, little tornadoes, but potentially some long track tornadoes. And based on what we're seeing right now here at the radar, the way these storms are firing up, well, that's starting to look more and more probable. Now, is everybody going to be getting a tornado? No. In fact, a lot of times with these outbreaks, what we see is that typically it's just a couple of storms that end up doing a lot of it. There are exceptions. 1974 and 2011 were exceptions to that, where just about every storm produced something. But for the most part, what we're really going to be kind of focusing in on are where we get these, individual little supercell thunderstorms. And those could be the ones that are going to, maybe pose the best tornado probability. Not to say that we can't see anything embedded maybe in some of these lines up here, but for the most part, in this situation, it's really the fact that we're expecting some of these supercells. And as some of you might have seen last night, supercell thunderstorms, well, they can last quite a while. They typically have some distance, and if they're strong enough, well, they'll produce an equally, long track tornado. And those tend to be the strong ones. Normally, there are exceptions to, I guess, every rule. So let's go ahead and take a look back at our St. Robert storm here. Again, you're starting to see that hook kind of coming down just a little bit here. It still has a little bit there of that low-level rotation. Again, no tornado warnings yet on any of these storms at the moment. But keep in mind here, as mentioned, one thing that they recently started doing over at the Weather Service a couple of years ago is, even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, this thing has some tags to it. Again, it has the hail possibility, which again, right now is about 2 3/4 of an inch size hail, or baseball, which today, I'm a Tigers fan. I'm kind of happy about how today's game went. It was a heck of a, almost was like it almost looked like a football score. Anyways, let's keep going. All right. So also some winds, straight line winds, not really a thing right now with these storms, but it also has the possibility for a tornado. You can see that little tag right there, tornado possible. So, and that's not unusual to see, especially when we start dealing with some of these, hail-producing thunderstorms. As mentioned, those are supercell thunderstorms. The other one, too, that, again, is also kind of really starting to get itself really organized is this guy down here north of Hartville. So this is kind of a little bit more of a rural area. But, again, we got kind of this supercell thunderstorm. It's got a little bit there of that hook. If we take a look at the velocities here on it, we can start seeing a little bit there of a notch. Again, this is all on the lower levels. Keep in mind that these things are rotating all the way up into the thunderstorm. So even if that rotation isn't down at the ground, typically, when we're dealing with this type of setup, these supercells rotate. It's not typically, it's supercells rotate. That's what makes them a supercell. But again, we're just looking at kind of the lower level rotation, obviously, as that is where tornadoes, are going to be at the surface. I don't know where I was going with that sense. I thought I was going to be saying something kind of, wow, but it ended up not being something wow. But you get the overall idea. Further down to the south here, I want to give a little attention to this guy down here. This is near north of Bentonville, which is where Walmart started. For those of you who like Walmart, Bentonville, Arkansas is, where it's headquartered and where it started. So this particular storm, just like I said, just north of Bentonville, again, it's kind of in a weird location in terms of the, of radar. There's a little bit of a gap here in some of that low-level coverage. But the main thing that we can see with the storm is that it is certainly producing some hail, easily probably about up to 2-inch size hail. We have 1-inch hail report around Pineville, but a little bit further back, we had about 1 3/4 of an inch. So again, ping pong to golf ball size hail with this particular thunderstorm. At the moment, it does not appear that there's really anything rotating with it, but that is something that might have to be watched a little bit, albeit really kind of the main area that we're going to be focusing on, at least over the next couple of hours, is pretty much southeastern Missouri going towards the Ohio River and then some of the Kentucky parts. That's, again, as mentioned, where we have that PDS tornado watch. Again, second tornado watch in as many days. And again, this thing goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Now, obviously, folks, when you're dealing with these type of watches and everything, keep in mind that it goes until 11 o'clock, but parts of it will probably be canceled way before that, especially once you get the main event to go through. They start kind of hatching it away. Now, there's also sometimes what we'll start seeing is that watch may be getting extended a little bit further out ahead. All things considered at the moment, though, this is where it stands. So flash flood warnings are also in effect across parts of southeastern Missouri. This is left over from some of those storms that they were seeing earlier on today that produced quite a bit in the way of heavy rainfall. So keep in mind here that, there might also be kind of a revamp of maybe the localized flash flooding probability as we go later on to, what's left of the afternoon and going into the evening hours. So probably going to be a little bit active here. All those blue colors, for some odd reason, the SPC uses blue for severe thunderstorms, but they use red for tornadoes. And then the National Weather Service uses yellow for tornadoes and purple-ish for severe. It's really weird. But anyways, in this particular image, the blue are the severe thunderstorm warnings. And if we have any tornado warnings, those will come out as red, at least on this particular graphic. Now, the way I do it's a little bit more old school. I like my tornado warnings red and my severe thunderstorm warnings yellow, and the watch colors to be accordingly with that. So, and let's take a look here right now. Again, back at our good friend, the radar here. So, again, the two main storms that we're really kind of focusing in on right now happen to be this guy down here on Hartville, as well as this guy all the way up here in St. Robert. Again, large hail with both of these storms. Keep in mind, that's going to be something that, we're going to have to kind of deal with as we go through the day today, is the very large hail with these storms. Now, this is not unusual. And with the way they're tracking, is that, St. Robert and Waynesville is probably going to be seeing some of that large hail here in just a few moments, if they're not already starting to see some of it. As a matter of fact, one of the tools that we actually have in meteorology and one of our radars is called the vertically integrated liquid, or VIL for short. Long story short, what this guy does is it measures the amount of moisture within a certain column. We tend to see higher values of that. It's a good indication that there is some hail. And as we have been seeing quite a bit this year, we've been seeing quite a bit of large hail of a lot of these storms here. So in this particular situation, if we take a look here on your right here, this right here is where that hail core is. Again, we have pretty much those white colors. When you start seeing those white colors, that's, at least on this particular scale, that's how you know you're dealing with some large hail. Again, the values for them itself would be about 80 kilograms per meter squared. So, colors are a little bit easier to follow for most folks. So again, this tends to kind of lag a little bit behind. In fact, this particular scan is about 15 minutes ago. But again, we see it, that whole area pretty much right around here. So that's coming right up on Waynesville and making its way eventually over towards St. Robert. Also, we have that storm further down to the south, also, displaying some pretty good hail signatures. So these are both some pretty healthy storms, especially this guy. Now, what makes this guy particularly healthy and what might make this guy here become something pretty interesting in the next few moments, well, it's already interesting, but even more interesting, is something in meteorology that we call, the official term for it is discrete supercell. I don't know how a giant thunderstorm can be discrete, but whatever. But anyways, what we like to see with our supercells is them kind of a little bit by themselves. They don't necessarily have to be, they can be the only storm around, but they like to be by themselves, or at least have enough space around them to the point where it's more kind of isolated. And the reason for that just has to do with you don't want the outflow from other storms interfering with the inflow and everything. And it just, works a lot better that way without going into a lot of the hardcore physics behind it, which, believe me, is actually rather interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. If you're into, but anyways, long story short, this guy right now is what we would consider to be kind of an isolated storm. It's by itself. And that's very good news for the storm. As a matter of fact, even taking a look at some of the latest velocity scans here, we're starting to see that low-level rotation begin to tighten up now. While it doesn't look like much at the moment, that this thing might be getting ready to potentially drop something. At the moment, still just severe thunderstorm warning on it. But keep in mind, again, a little bit of a gap here in some of the low-level coverage, albeit not extreme, but still enough that we're not looking right at the surface here. We are looking a little bit up, but you get the overall idea. So let's take a look at this guy here, and I'll kind of explain to you what's going on with this storm. So here is our main supercell right here. Obviously, the hail with this guy is going to be right in this area. That's where that hail is going to be based on at least what some of these radar scans are showing. So what's happening here, to put it kind of simply, is this is the inflow of the thunderstorm. Now, this guy has an updraft. All right, so and there's a lot of wind shear going on, so that updraft is rotating. So what's happening here is that updraft is about right here. So we got the air flowing into the storm kind of being lifted up a little bit. It's very good. You want warm, moist air to lift. That is way easier to lift than dense air. And so anyways, you have that air kind of getting pulled up, and that mesocyclone, that rotation there, is also pulling back some of this precipitation. That's what's giving it that hook feature right there. Now, what's interesting is that can also kind of help to initiate that tornado develop, especially when you get kind of that rear flank downdraft going, though there are some studies that might suggest that maybe it's not as crucial as originally thought. But regardless, this right here is the area that we're going to be watching here for the potential for some rotation. Again, we have our little hook about right here. And if we line it up, there it is about... Double check it here, so I want to make sure I got it all good. There. So we're watching as this thing now begins to tighten up. Again, pretty good looking storm. Nothing really in its way at the moment. You can tell there's a lot of wind shear because, as that updraft gets kind of lifted up and there's that precipitation, it's getting blown over. And that's why, we see it, all this precipitation is up here to the north in this situation of where that updraft is there. So again, that's kind of what gives these guys their very unique shape. And really helps to kind of maintain them too, because you got to keep that updraft clear of that precipitation. One of the reasons why we see pop-up thunderstorms lasting such a short time is, they don't really move much. And so their updraft immediately gets clogged in by all that rain that it's producing. Now we got ourselves tornado warning. Woohoo! All right, first one of the day. Well, first one of this part of the day. There were quite a few earlier on from that line that was moving through. So let's take a look here. This tornado warning is going to be in effect for at least another 40 minutes. It does include Upton. It does not include Robidoux, but it does include Upton as well. So again, this is radar indicated. Nothing has been observed yet. It's for Wright in Texas County. And this is going to go for another 40 minutes. So again, there is our area of rotation. And now we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on this guy. It certainly is starting to tighten up a little bit here in the lower levels. And so, again, as mentioned, the storm is by itself here, does have a pretty good chance of maybe getting ready to produce, potentially a tornado here in just a little bit. And by a little bit, maybe a few minutes here or, give or take. Now, that being said, we just kind of have to wait a little bit until we get some more radar scans. Let's take a look now all the way over at St. Robert. Again, we were watching that pretty decent storm there. Again, it continues to track. It's got a little bit there of a hook too. Not quite as defined as this guy down here, but still capable of producing some pretty decent hail. It's still being warned for about 2-inch size hail with that tornado possible as well. And it's going right over St. Robert here as well as, Waynesville. So we probably will start getting some hail reports from this guy here in just a little bit. All righty. What about this guy down here? Well, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm right here. It's right over Willow Springs, heading its way towards Sargent. Still kind of somewhat of a rural area. Doesn't appear to be much in the way of low-level rotation at the moment. Maybe a little bit right there, but this storm still has a little bit of work it's got to do on itself. But right now, likely producing at least upwards of 1-inch size hail. And we'll see how this guy develops as we go through the next little bit. Now, we'll have to keep an eye on this guy, though, because this could maybe eventually pose a problem for this particular storm. But at the moment, it looks like it's far enough away. It shouldn't be affecting it too much. Here's our hook now really starting to kind of become a bit more defined. And I, on my end here, also just want to see, if we're getting any reports at the moment right now. We do not have any reports, but my guess is that this thing is easily has a wall cloud now with it. Potentially, wouldn't be shocked just based on what we're seeing if there might be a little funnel cloud there. Again, there are some, spotters with it, and obviously there's emergency management, so I'll keep a little bit of an eye on that thunderstorm. So what are we expecting here, at least over the next hour? Well, we're expecting that this activity is going to continue to make its way towards the east, and this, with the way things are looking at the moment, it does look like that once, at the further east that these storms go over the next hour or so, the more favorable the environment becomes. So again, this is, like I said, a PDS tornado watch. Now, sometimes they live up to expectations, sometimes they don't. But just based on what we're seeing right now, could get pretty active here. Albeit, like I said, not a hugely overpopulated area, at least until we get up to St. Louis. We also have another tornado warning that's just been issued. This is going to be for the St. Louis area. It's going to be for Willwood. It's going to be for Des Peres and Eureka. So let's take a look here. So again, this area is also under that tornado watch, as we saw a little bit ago. And here we go. We have this storm that is somewhat it's somewhat independent at the moment. And it has this little hook right here. And that is enough there. There is a little bit of a kind of a couplet right here, just south of or just north of I-44, coming pretty much right up on Eureka here in just a few moments. So we'll keep an eye on this storm too. Again, pretty decent little signature there. Obviously not strong, but might be trying to do, might be trying to intensify here just a little bit. Now, again, that could be coming up on Eureka. Let's take a look here. What are the speed with this thing? About 35 miles an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of track this thing a bit to the east here, and we'll go ahead and just do it at 40 miles an hour. And when we do that, we find that it is going to be pretty much right up on Eureka here in about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. At the moment, again, just radar indicated. Doesn't look like there might be anything on the ground, but certainly could be getting very close to doing that. Again, kind of part of this group of storms that we have up to the north. They're not really aligned right now. They're kind of working still somewhat independent there. So good news for that particular thunderstorm, at least for right now. Going back to our tornado warning here too. Again, we're taking a look at this guy, and as mentioned, that low-level rotation looks like it's continuing to kind of get itself organized. Nice little hook feature there. Certainly got that precipitation going. Again, we are a little far away from the radar here, so not the clearest picture, but this guy certainly, like I said, could be getting ready to potentially drop, a little tornado here or something in the next few moments. Now, at the moment, this looks like it could be staying just south of Upton, but might be making its way towards Houston, not Texas, but Missouri. A little town here. We're going to go ahead and track this guy too. What we're going to do at the moment here is we're just going to track it where that rotation is. Now, keep in mind, folks, the precipitation of this storm is well out ahead of that rotation. So it's going to be raining and hailing there before that rotation gets there. We're not tracking the leading edge of that precipitation. We're tracking where that rotation is. We'll go ahead and do it at 40 miles an hour. And that's going to be putting it at around, let's see here, Houston, about 30 minutes if it continues on its current track in its current direction. Still keep an eye on this guy up here around St. Robert. Again, it does have a little bit of that rotation there, albeit not quite as defined at the moment. But that doesn't mean that it's not there. Again, it does have a little bit right there. Latest radar scan showing, it is getting itself organized. This is going to be coming right up on, let's see here. It's going to be staying mainly south of St. Robert, but it is going to be passing right near the airport here. Probably, like I said, about the next minute or two. And then we'll kind of keep an eye here as it tracks generally over rural area, but potentially getting kind of close to Edgar Springs, albeit maybe just staying north of that. Again, we're taking a look here at our storm that is, again, just south of that one. This one, again, still looking pretty decent. I'm just checking here on my end. Do we got any no drops yet in the CC, but this thing could, like I said, could very well be getting ready here to potentially drop a little tornado, and we'll have to kind of wait and see here over the next radar scan or two. Meanwhile, our big guy down here around the Walmart headquarters still producing some hail as well as some gusty winds. That hail could be upwards about golf ball size, so we'll keep an eye on this storm. Again, as mentioned, a little far down to the south, but still within an atmosphere that is going to be somewhat favorable for it. All right, let's go ahead here and we'll take a look back at this guy here, coming right up on the south side of St. Louis. Again, this was radar indicated. We talked a little bit about this guy a few moments ago. Let's kind of revisit it. There's that little hook there. Might be, yeah, it's right here. So it's this little tail that's kind of stemming off right here. I'll show you. There's this part right here, and that's kind of what we're looking at. Interesting what this is. This might just be a little downburst or a little downburst right there. But regardless, this is kind of the main area that we are watching. Nice thing about it is the storm is right up near the radar site, so we get a pretty good view of it here. But at the moment, maybe not something on the ground, but again, certainly rotating, certainly could try to do something. And again, we're tracking it to the east here at about 40 miles an hour or so. So that, again, it's going to be putting it up in Eureka here in just a few, probably about, what would we say, 10, 15 minutes. So we'll have to make sure we check back in with that. As far as our guy down here is doing around the Willow Springs and Sargent area, we were taking a look at this storm. Again, it does have some rotation with it. It still looks like it's got a little bit of more work it's got to do, but certainly does have a little bit of rotation with it. You can kind of see it right here. Not overly strong, but good enough. All right, let's take a look here back at our main storm, and I want to flip up one particular radar image. This is called the correlation coefficient, for those of you who like statistics. If we have a high correlation, it means things are very similar. So the radar is sending in a beam in two directions, one horizontally, one vertically. And what it's able to do is it's measuring the size of the objects that it's detecting. And so if, it's raindrops, or if it's raindrops tend to all be about the same size. So that gives it a high correlation, which is in this particular case indicated by these purples and those white colors there. However, let's say there's debris. So we got raindrops and debris. Debris itself can be a bunch of different things. It can be leaves, it could be roofs. So those are not all the same size. They have a low correlation. So what we look for is a drop-off in the correlation. At the moment, does not appear that we would have that, but we'll keep an eye on this. Again, this is looking pretty decent on the radar. And keep in mind, because we are looking a little far out here, that might not be picking up on that low level if there is any low-level debris there. But, eventually if we see it kind of getting lifted up a little bit into the updraft, we might be able to pick it up here. And especially with strong tornadoes, you'll be able to pick them up, very, very high up in the thunderstorm. Again, this is a pretty decent looking hook right here. Again, that may, like I said, that may be something here in just, like I said, just a few moments. Still radar indicated, but let's go ahead and we'll take a look at this thing on the storm relative again. And you can really see it tightening right there. So here, that's that, like I said, right there. So there may be something on the ground at this point. Might not be strong, but it is something. Or otherwise, there's at least a funnel cloud, or certainly a fast rotating wall cloud, which those are fun to watch if you ever get the chance just to watch those, that cloud. Anyways. Again, from a wall cloud, then we'll see that tornado come out of that. So it's kind of a little bit of a lowering on the backside of the storm. We call it a wall cloud, even though, it kind of looks a little bit like a wall. Anyways, that being said, that at least was named right. So this is, again, coming right crossing the county line here. Again, kind of still somewhat of a rural area. Let's see, coming right up on, this is State Route 38. So Missouri 38, just south of Huggins here, coming right up on Bendevis. Anyways, Alice and Fairview here. Again, possible tornado. Just based on what we're seeing here or at least what I'm seeing here on the radar scan, is right there. And again, let's see here what the next velocity image shows. About right there. So yeah, like I said, there may be a little something there. Or very, very close to it. Certainly very interesting, and we'll have to see here how this guy behaves over the next few moments. We're going to come back to that one. Let's go back up here to St. Louis area as we go towards Eureka and the Wildwood with that little storm there. Let's see, how's our rotation doing. Looks like it may have dropped down just a smidge, but still the feature is there. And yeah, wouldn't put it past this tornado to maybe try doing something very quickly. Again, it's going to be coming up on Eureka here in probably about the next 5 minutes or so, at least the western half of Eureka. Meanwhile, is certainly heavy rain and some hail across the northern part of the metro. Florissant, Ferguson, Hazelwood, certainly seeing a little bit of that hail right now. Reports back around St. Charles of around up to 2-inch size hail. Most of it, though, looks to be about 1.5 to 1.75 inches. So about, ping pong ball size hail, some golf ball size hail up there with that northern portion of the storm. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings there further north around Carlinville, going over to Hillsborough, and this is all over in Illinois. No rotation with that at the moment. may not be quite as favorable, but we'll keep an eye on that storm regardless. But again, the only active tornado warning in the immediate St. Louis area is for this guy. It did have a little bit of a signature earlier on, but it does appear that signature has kind of dropped off just a little bit, but still would not put it past that thunderstorm. All right, tornado has now been observed on the ground, and this is going to be down around the Upton area, coming right up on Houston. So it has now been observed. There's our rotation. Looks pretty decent there. I do say so myself. It looks pretty decent. Here is our hook feature right here. Now I'm curious as to who had reported that. So let's take a look here. And confirmed tornado was located 13 miles north of Mountain Grove, and this whole thing was moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Weather spotter confirmation there with this particular storm. So let's take a little bit of a look at it, and we're going to retrack it now towards the Houston area. So this is our tornado. We're going to kind of move it a little bit like this. And again, when they intensify, they kind of like to move a little bit more easterly. But regardless, we'll give it a track that is going to bring it towards the Houston area. Let's go ahead and we'll do 45 miles an hour, give it a little bit more of a lead time. Houston, about 20 minutes is what we're expecting here, if this thing continues the way it is. So at the moment, as mentioned, nothing nothing on my end, but again, this is at least observed according to the National Weather Service. I wouldn't put it past it just based on how this storm is. Our St. Robert storm has now become tornado warned too. Let's take a look at our good friends here. This section has now become tornado warned. It is just south of St. Robert. It will be staying south of St. Robert there. However, it's probably passing its way right over the airport pretty much now. It will be actually probably exiting the airport now, as I say it there. Could be coming up on the Spring Creek area. Again, a little hard to see. We're kind of right in between two different radars here, but we'll go ahead and track this guy too. This is the area of rotation, and we're just going to bring it right up with the warning here. And we'll go ahead and give it speed about 40 miles an hour. And then I'll be putting it in about Spring Creek here in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, eventually over towards Flats, and then maybe over towards the Edgar Springs area here, maybe about the next 20 minutes or so. So again, probably will stay north of Edgar Springs, but coming right up on US 63 here in just a little bit. So 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings that we have in the area. Whoa, turn that off. We don't need that at the moment. So again, tornado warning. This guy still observed, and we were looking at this one. It looks really good on the radar imagery here. It's just south of Upton. It will be staying just south of Upton unless it decides it really wants to turn north, which would be a little unexpected. So for now, it's just be staying south of Upton. But again, this could be coming up on the Houston area here in just a little bit. Yeah, observed tornado on the ground here. Based on what we're seeing, wouldn't be surprised. It might not be the strongest tornado at the moment, but at least probably a little bit of one right there. It'll be interesting to see here when someone is able to join me here. Maybe they'll bring some photos of it. I'm certain there are a couple of spotters probably down around there. Be interesting to see some photographs of it. All right, we got one that's coming out of the spotter network of at least tornado that is on the ground, which I guess we kind of already know. Again, also producing some hail, albeit that's obviously not the main topic with this storm, but it is nonetheless 2.5-inch size hail. That's what this thing is producing. So, if you're trying to spot this thing, you're going to have to contend with the hail, which is why you just want to be on the southern side of it here. Again, kind of running right now, right over State Route 38. Again, we expect this thing is going to make its way towards the Houston area in just a little bit. Meanwhile, our guy up here around St. Robert, still radar indicated. The latest radar scan shows it's pretty much past the airport now, making its way over a little bit of a residential area. It doesn't appear, though, at the moment that there will be anything on the ground. A little tricky to tell, though, as we're kind of really pushing the edge here of this particular radar's coverage. Nonetheless, that tornado warning is in effect for another 35 minutes. As far as our tornado warning up here is concerned, still radar indicated also, coming right up on Eureka here in the next few moments. Again, we don't have a confirmation of anything on the ground. This is obviously a bit more populated of an area. Radar does not indicate at the moment that there is anything on the ground, but the rotation is still somewhat there. and given the environment, wouldn't put it past this storm. But again, coming up on Eureka here, probably in the next 2 radar scans. So, kind of a, where's I going to go with that? Trail precautions, I guess. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to go back to our main guy down here. As we've been following the storm for quite a bit. I'm pretty sure this might have been the first storm that we started really talking about. And again, still picking up a little bit of that rotation. Now, here's where it's going to get interesting, though, is we got this storm right here. Now, this could start to cause a little bit of a problem for this particular supercell in the sense that it could start to interfere a little bit with the inflow. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Doesn't mean that, the storm is done yet, but kind of as we saw yesterday, that, if you get too many storms up on each other, it really begins to kind of kill the event, or at least really kind of limit the amount of activity within a particular area. But again, right now, still really maintaining its structure there, still has that hook, still has some of that low-level rotation, but we're going to have to watch and see now what's going to happen with that as it begins to maybe interact with that storm. This guy up here near St. Robert, though, has a little bit more optimistic outlook, though, in that there really isn't any storm immediately to its south and to the east. So maybe able to hold out for a little while. Again, see that little patch there of rotation. This thing will probably be trying to stay south of Rolla. I think Rolla might get in on some of that hail, though. But it looks like the rotation for now is going to be staying south of Rolla. At one point, Rolla, I think, was the U.S. Geographic Center of Population, or it was right near that area a couple of years ago. Then there's it was Rolla or Rolla? Now I can't remember exactly how to pronounce that. So we got ourselves 3 active tornado warnings, one of them at least being observed. Now, again, as mentioned, this whole area, tornado watch. But, as we go through the next hour or so, we're going to see this activity moving further into southeastern Missouri and probably intensifying a little bit more. We do have a brand new tornado warning that is now in effect. This is going to include Mountain View. It's just north of Willow Springs here. Again, faint little rotation on that particular storm. Also a little bit far away at the moment from the radar, but still enough of a scan here. We might get a little bit better of a picture of it here in a little bit, but let's take a look at this guy. There's your little notch right there. So again, does have some low-level rotation with it, enough the tornado warning was issued. We'll keep an eye on that, as this storm is fortunate because it is at the bottom of this developing cluster. So that might help it a little bit in the long term, but in the near term, it looks like this storm still has a little bit more work to go. Meanwhile, our guy up here around Houston, they are still tagging it as observed at the moment. We did have, like I said, one tornado report from that. Now it looks like we got a second one, albeit this is probably looking a little further to the east. It's was at least labeled as a stovepipe tornado, so probably a little bit of a decent-sized tornado there. Again, we're seeing it right here. Now, the tightening has seemed to kind of gone down just a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on the storm for right now. Again, still observed tornado coming right up on the town here of Houston. I'd say 10 minutes or maybe a little bit less than that. So we'll certainly keep an eye there on that. Our supercell thunderstorm up here around now east of St. Robert, again, continues to kind of hold its own. We were taking a look at the velocities there with that. Did have a nice little pocket there of some low-level rotation. We could see it right there. Well, like I said, the rotation itself right now appears as though it will be staying south of Rolla, but they might still be getting in on maybe a little bit there of some of that hail. So with that in mind, things kind of getting a little bit active now, which is to a degree somewhat of what we expected. Let's go ahead and take a look overall at the watch here, and we'll go ahead and refresh it here to see what kind of warnings we got. So again, those red counties are all counties that are under a tornado warning at this moment. And we expect here as we go over the next hour, we're probably going to continue to be seeing those tornado warnings. Now, with that in mind, this whole area, PDS tornado watch, at least this particular watch that I'm showing here, there is an additional watch back over around Joplin and Springfield that is not a PDS tornado watch, but again, just wanted to make mention that watch is at least still there for the time being. That being said, it'll probably be allowed to expire in just a little bit. However, we are going to be also seeing this activity continue to track its way further towards the east. And as it continues to move into a little bit more favorable environment, we could be seeing things, kind of continuing to maybe get a bit more active here. So again, we are tracking 1, 2, 3, 4 active tornado warnings, one of them at least being observed. We were looking at the one up around the St. Louis area here. We'll go ahead and put the radar imagery back up, and you can take a little bit of a look at it here. This was the tornado warning that we were watching. Again, now starting to show a little bit of that hook feature again. It's pretty much right over Eureka. Let's take a look at here how it is on the velocities. It's kind of picking up a little bit. So we'll know here very soon, I'm betting, if there was something that's on the ground. Could be a little spin-up tornado. That, we say spin-ups, those happen right in between radar scans, obviously. Well, some of them do. I've actually seen that a few times where we've had a tornado that happened in between radar scans. They were that quick. But this little hook feature, that right now is pretty much over Eureka. So now it's probably going to be a little bit more to the east. It's kind of running parallel at the moment with I-44 here. Possible tornado with that, at least based on what we're seeing on reflectivity. Velocity, not quite as promising at the moment. Let's see if we can't maybe get a little bit of a look on the localized radar, if this will give us a clear picture. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And yeah, there is that little bit of a notch there of that low level rotation, albeit, again, as mentioned, not the strongest. So let's take a look here. We're going to go back to our main storm, though this guy, like I said, could be really worth watching here. It does look like it is kind of trying to tighten up just a little bit. But obviously our main guy has been this one down here that is coming up on the Houston area. Again, observed tornado with that. Looks like that it may still be on the grounds here. It's getting a little bit tricky now is because we're kind of getting right at the edge here of the radar coverage. So, what we end up getting observed and what we're seeing on the radar, at least, for the next few moments, may not exactly line up, but we're still seeing clear enough picture here that this is a hook feature. There is some low-level rotation. Again, there's also this newer tornado warning that was issued for the southern part of that storm. That itself could become pretty interesting. Again, it is on the southern end of all this, so there's nothing really to interfere with its inflow. What concerns me with this guy is that there is this storm right here, and that really could interfere with the inflow in just a little bit. We'll see how the storm is able to handle it. If it's like last night, that one we were watching in Kansas, it took a collision pretty well. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So we'll just kind of have to keep an eye on it. But right now, that observed tornado, it's still being tagged as observed. I'm looking on my end to see if there's any new reports. I haven't seen any yet, save for a hail report of about quarter size hail. So again, this will be coming up on Houston here in just a few moments. We'll see what they decide to do with this warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended it, albeit they might drop the observed part. We'll see what goes on with that. But otherwise, again, for right now, it's coming right up on Houston. It will be there. And again, next couple of minutes, certainly take your tornado precautions there. All right, let's go back up to our St. Robert storm. How is this guy doing as it makes its way, through South Aurora? Again, really a little difficult to see here, right at the edge of two different radars. Not the best radar coverage, best we can, that's just how it goes sometimes. Still radar indicated, nothing being reported yet other than some hail. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. It does appear that, maybe a little tornado up there with that one near the St. Louis area, but that was a little bit ago. Let's go ahead and go back to this guy, though, up around the St. Louis area, check in to see how it's doing. It does look like it has a little bit of a notch right there, but now it is past Eureka. However, it will possibly be coming up on Parkdale here as well as the health center in just a little bit. Again, tornado warning in effect here. Nothing has been observed, at least officially, but it is rotating and it might have the possibility of trying to quickly spin something up. Whether it would be strong, maybe not, but still could be something nonetheless. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings across the rest of the St. Louis metro, including the city of St. Louis as well as St. Louis County. And then another one on the Illinois side, that's going to be mainly for some hail at the moment as that storm that is currently just north of St. Louis makes its way towards Edwardsville and further back into Illinois. Again, whole area, PDS trying to watch. Could be pretty interesting. Looks like we are getting a couple of damage reports now. One of them coming right near Pacific. Let's take a look here. Some large branches down in a yard, so maybe straight line wind. And then the other one is going to be a tree snapped, estimated 70 mile an hour. Looks to be wind, at least I would imagine at the moment. So again, a couple little reports there. Certainly some gusty winds with that. That's also a possibility. Although the big thing today is tornadoes. As we talked about earlier, some straight line winds and even some hail will be a possibility. All right, going back to our St. Robert storm, or the one I guess that's coming up on Rolla, we're still picking up some of that low-level rotation at the moment. Again, this appears as though it will be staying south of Rolla, although Rolla could maybe be getting in on some of that hail, especially on the south side in just a little bit. And by that, I mean maybe in the next 10 minutes or so. But for now, the rotation area looks like it'll be mainly staying south. Could maybe try to pass north of Edgar Springs and then kind of ride the county line over towards 72 in just a little bit. Our main guy still being tagged as an observed tornado coming up on the Houston area. We are still picking up on some of that low-level rotation. It does appear that that second storm is now beginning to run into this, the Houston storm here. So we'll have to kind of see how that shapes out. Unfortunately, it's also happening in the area of not the best radar coverage. Still, radar indicated with this tornado warning as it stays to the north of Mountain View, but we'll be tracking eastwards, though, maybe eventually trying to get over towards the Rocky Creek area. We'll keep a little bit of an eye on that, as well as the Ozark National Riverway here in just a little bit, too. Otherwise, that is kind of the summary of our active tornado warnings. Going back to the guy, though, further down to the south here near Bentonville, Arkansas. Well, now it's past Bentonville, Arkansas. Mainly still producing some hail, about 1 inch to 1.5 size inches here, pretty much right over Eureka Springs all the way to Eagle Rock. At the moment, does not appear there is much in the way of low-level rotation. That could change, though, as this thing maybe tries to move a little bit more to the east. On a smaller scale, we have a little storm firing up to the northeast of Mansfield. Again, we're still back here in Missouri. Doesn't appear there's much in the way of rotation with it. We'll see how this guy develops, though, just given the atmosphere. And severe thunderstorm warnings are also in effect, and that includes Lebanon, Missouri, and St. Robert, Missouri. Again, that mainly going to be for the probability of some hail and maybe some locally gusty winds. We have another damage report that's coming out from around the Eureka area of some multiple trees down. In fact, that might have been what we were looking at right around the time when this tornado warning was first issued. So there might have been a little spin-up tornado that happened, right where I-44 meets up with State Route 100 on the way southwest side here of the St. Louis Metro there. So could have been a little spin-up tornado, or could have just been a little downburst. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But nonetheless, that tornado warning remains in effect. Latest reflectivity scan does show kind of a decent little hook signature here, albeit it does not look like at the moment, at least on our particular radar, that there would be something on the ground. But keep in mind, folks, again, a little spin up or whatnot, this guy does certainly have some rotation. It is going to be coming right up on the Murphy area here in just a few moments, then maybe over towards Fenton. That tornado warning remains in effect for another 22 minutes. We'll see if they go ahead and extend it. If it was extended, it would likely include Green Park, Bella Villa, as well as areas just immediately south of the city of St. Louis. So we'll kind of see what that guy does. Overall, somewhat active right now. That's kind of what we would expect given the environment that's going on. Unlike yesterday where we were dealing with a dry line, today we're dealing with a cold front that is trying to push its way through. A lot of moisture and a fair amount of wind shear in this area. Going back to our two southern storms here, the one coming up on the Houston area, again, is still being labeled as an observed tornado. The report that we had was that it was kind of a stovepipe tornado, so maybe a little bit bigger than a little EF0, but that's about as much information as we had. And again, that could, tornadoes change shape obviously over time, but we'll come back to that later. But again, it was a report of little trail there, as well as take a look, 2 3/4 size inch hail. That would have been about 20 minutes ago. So we know the storm has at least produced a tornado, and it might still be producing that tornado, and it's producing some large hail. So coming right up on the Houston area. We're going to see here if that warning gets re-extended, but it looks like the area of rotation in question here is now going to be staying just on the south side of Houston, Missouri, not Texas. Houston, Missouri here. So again, pretty much right over Clara, coming right up to the US 63 here. At the moment, though, it looks like that it might just barely be staying south of the Houston area, south of State Route 17 on the south side of Houston there, but still coming right up on US 63. Velocity still showing a pretty good signature that there may still be something on the ground with this. Again, we've been tracking the storm for a little while. This has been a pretty decent storm. It has had a collision with another storm. That collision, again, happened about 10 minutes or so ago. Looks like the storm is able to handle it at the moment. So it might eventually try to maybe restructure itself later on. But for right now, it does appear that Trento is still on the ground. It's still pretty prominent there on our velocities, and still getting some reports from it here. Let's see the latest report. Trento is doing some damage. Now, unfortunately, like I said, we are a little far away from the radar here. So let's take a look if we can't maybe see it on the correlations. Man, we are just a little far. This might be it though, right there on the CCs. Again, not the best radar coverage. You know, I keep saying that the coverage really begins to kind of drop off, closer to State Route 19 here. But that might be it here on the CCs. Again, not the best picture here. Not, certainly not like what we were seeing, we've seen before. We get, really clear and defined here. But this apparently is still a Trento that is on the ground, at least as of a couple moments ago. It does appear that it'll be staying just south here of the Houston area, but could be coming up here on Yukon and Samoa here. So certainly areas just south of Houston definitely want to maybe be taking their trail precautions, as we've been talking about. Otherwise, expecting some hail, especially up around the Raymondville area. We did get a report a little bit ago of some 2 3/4 inch size hail. It might have gone down a little bit, but still get ready for some hail up around Raymondville if you're not seeing it already. We'll wait to see if this Trento warning gets extended. We're also tracking this Trento warning here for the southern part of the storm. Not the best image, but it does look like it may be trying to get a little hook here going on. This Trento warning still in effect for another half hour. But this guy is mainly going to be going over rural areas, heading over towards Rocky Creek area here in just a little bit. It's north of Mountain View, so it looks like it'll be staying just north of Mountain View, at least with the way things are right now. All right. The Trento warning has been extended. Let's take a look at it. This is still being tagged as observed based on what we're seeing. Absolutely. Again, still Trento on the ground. We had an observation about about 5 minutes ago. Now, this thing was on the ground doing some damage. We're still seeing it right here on our velocity image. Again, we got our greens here, winds going towards the radar site. Reds are winds going away from the radar site. So we certainly have that rotation right there. And again, we are probably seeing that hail now coming right up on the Raymondville area. We'll see if we get any hail reports from around the Houston area. I'm trying to think, we did get one, but that was about 30 minutes or so ago. But certainly is producing some hail. Looks pretty decent here on the velocity image. In fact, if we were to flip on just the regular old velocity, we don't get this clear as a picture because of, the forward storm motion. That's why when we're talking about trails, we like to use a storm relative velocity. There it is. So looks pretty decent there on the radar nonetheless. So again, that Trento warning has been extended. It will include Raymondville, albeit at the moment it looks like it could be staying just south of Raymondville, but it could be coming right up on the Yukon area, and certainly going to be seeing some hail across Raymondville here pretty much right about now. So we'll keep an eye on this tornado. But again, we'll eventually kind of make its way towards Yukon. Let's go ahead and we're going to track it actually towards the Yukon area. Tracking it here to about the east-northeast, that's going to put it, go ahead and give it about 40 mile an hour forward speed. Let's go ahead here, and that's going to be putting it right up on Yukon in about the next 10 minutes. So for Yukon, as mentioned, we are tracking, at least last reported about 5 minutes ago, was Trento on the ground doing a little bit of damage. And it looks like it stayed just south of Houston, but it could now be coming right up on Yukon here in about the next 10 minutes, maybe even a little bit less than that. So certainly want to get your Trento precautions there. It is observed, and that's still what it's being warned for as being observed. again, this tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire. Let's go back up north here and focus in on our Edgar Spring storm. Again, we haven't gotten any, let's get rid of that. We haven't gotten any reports yet from this. I want to double check here. Yeah, I haven't seen any reports of anything on the ground with this. It certainly does have a little bit of that hook feature. But again, you can see we're, kind of right at the edge here of two different radars. But we should start getting a better picture of this, maybe here in about the next 15 minutes or so. Meanwhile, we're kind of getting a line of storms now to fire up from Union going down to St. Clair, Bourbon, pretty much parallel with I-44. That'll push its way towards the east. We also got an extension of that tornado warning that is currently just south here of the immediate St. Louis area. But it looks like it'll be staying just south of the city of St. Louis, but it's right there, coming right over 270 here in just about a minute or so. We got a little hook there, got a little notch there of rotation. We're going to see how this thing tracks right now. Nothing being indicated on the ground. Let's double check our CCs here and just make sure we haven't missed anything. Boy, there may be a little something right there on the ground. We'll keep an eye on this thing here, see what it does over the next radar scan or so. But, I mean, there may very well be something on the ground here, but certainly seeing some decent hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a little pocket here about 1 to 2 inch size hail coming right up on Manchester. So, again, this storm tracking to the east here. At the moment, it looks as though it will be staying just to the south of the city of St. Louis, but will be affecting some of those Illinois counties. We'll see here if it manages to make it over to Columbia. It might try to pass somewhere in between or just slightly off towards the north. Again, looks like there may be a little bit of a signature here. There could be something on the ground, but let's double check and see here. Actually technically until about 11 o'clock. That tornado watch is a PDS tornado watch, as we've been talking about, and that PDS tornado watch extends all the way across towards the Ohio River, or not the Ohio River, the Mississippi River, Ohio River junction right around the Cairo area. So again, we are tracking a few tornado warnings at this time. We can see it here on our little red color. So let's get back over to our good friend, the radar imagery here. And we're going to take a little bit of a look here at what is going on. Now, we're seeing two little pockets of rotation. Whoop, let me make sure I get the radar on. We are seeing two little pockets here of rotation around the St. Louis area. One of them right about here near Sunset, and then the other one here right just past Paulina Hills, heading over to I-55, right where it meets up with State Route 21. So that tornado warning remains in effect. Again, it is just still radar indicated, but the storm also contains some pretty decent sized hail, and that has been something that we have seen quite a bit of across parts of the St. Louis metro. We also have our observed tornado that is on the ground. Now, again, this guy is going to be staying just south of Raymondville, but Raymondville probably getting in on a little bit of the hail. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We also now have this storm on the southern end that is also being observed. It looks like it is going to stay north of Mountain View by a little bit here, but certainly still seeing quite a bit in the way of some activity. All righty, everyone, let's go ahead. And as I pause here for a quick moment, I just want to make sure I get everything on my end situated. Give me a quick second here. We've got quite a few tornado warnings now. We also have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be in effect, and this is going to be over north of the Ozark National Park. Again, a little tricky to see at the moment, but possibly seeing a little bit of rotation with that. This is going to stay primarily over a rural area. We'll see what it does. It does expire in about 25 minutes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings that are in effect, 2 of them right now being observed. We also have this guy, again, north of Edgar Springs. We'll be coming up on State Route 72 here in just a little bit, staying south of Rolla. So Rolla just going to be seeing some heavy rain and obviously a little bit in the way of some hail. We still have our radar indicated storm again right here, making its way through the southern St. Louis metro. Little bit of a hook right here, certainly bears some watching. There may have been a little spin-up tornado with this guy earlier on when it was making its way down around the Pacific area. At the moment, doesn't appear there's anything on the ground, but we do have a little bit of a notch right here that we will certainly kind of keep a little bit of an eye on as it makes its way now just south of Green Park, more so coming right over Matisse and then eventually heading over towards the Jefferson Barracks, Oakville, and Cliff Cave here for the next minute or two. Again, watching this thing very carefully as this is, again, kind of a populated area. It will then kind of cross the river and head into the Illinois counties there. All of this looks like it'll be staying just south of St. Louis at the moment, but we will keep an eye on it, though, in case it decides that maybe it wants to turn a little bit to the north, but I really don't think it probably will at this point. So it looks like it will be staying south of the city of St. Louis, but still there's some watching here, and we'll see. We could maybe see another little spin-up area of rotation with this storm. We'll just keep a very, very close eye on it at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning also in effect over on the Illinois side. That includes Glen Carbon and Edwardsville, seeing a lot in the way of some hail. Doesn't appear at the moment there's much in the way of low-level rotation, but we will certainly kind of keep a little bit of an eye on that. Our observed tornado that is on the ground still to us appears that is being labeled as observed here. Let's take a quick little look on my end. There we go. All right, let's take a little bit of a look here with this. Yeah, still being observed. That is it right there. Again, it is going to stay south of Raymondville. Raymondville likely seeing a little bit in the way of some hail. Let's take a look here. Just want to see on my end really quickly. Yeah, hail. We haven't seen a new tornado report yet. We do have one, though, around Mountain View. We're going to come back to that storm here in just a quick second. Let me see what that report is. It was of a funnel cloud down around the Mountain View area. So, pretty interesting. Let's take a look here. On my end, I just want to see if we've seen anything that is going to be new here with this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just want to make sure I got my warning straight. All right, let's go ahead, and we're going to take a look back at this guy. So we did get a funnel cloud report right around the Mountain View area. Based on what we're seeing here, again, this is now being tagged as observed. Let's see if we could see any debris with this guy. Could be some of it right there. I'll be a little hard to tell. But again, it is just north of Mountain View. It is going to be heading to the east, primarily over rural area. Confirmed tornado was located near Mountain View, moving east. Let's see here. Weather spotters confirmed that this is a tornado that is on the ground. Again, there it would be right there, kind of spinning its way around here. Again, kind of a rural area. It looks like it'll be running parallel here with US 60 by about maybe a mile or so. We'll keep an eye on Birch Tree, but again, this is an observed tornado. Have a little bit of a debris signature here on the CCs, albeit not the clearest one. We also have additional Trento warnings. Again, we have our guy right here. This is radar indicated. This particular Trento warning is going to be in effect for Shannon and Dent County. This goes for another 20 minutes. And then we have our bigger one back here that had an observed tornado. Whether that tornado is still on the ground or not, I have not seen any recent reports that say that it is. But then again, doesn't mean that it's not. I will say the the velocities have dropped off a little bit with this, albeit it is a little difficult to see, just given the fact that it is, really right at the edge here of the radar. There's also our guy south of Rolla. Trento warning still on that, but not seeing the most intense rotation with it. Still radar indicated rotation. We'll see what ends up becoming of that. So these are our active Trento warnings at the moment. Obviously, the big one being that storm near Houston and the other one right near Mountain View. We're also going to kind of take a look back over here now, and it looks like that Trento is now on the ground, and there it is right there. So we're going back up to the St. Louis area, and here we go. We are seeing, let's see here. We are going to take a look at this guy, and it is right there. So it's coming right over Oakville here. This is going to be the St. Louis. We're looking at St. Louis Metro here. So coming right over Oakville. It will then be crossing the river here probably in a matter of minutes. I'd say Jefferson Barracks. We'll see if it tries to jog a little bit to the north, but this is it right here. There it is there on the reflectivities. You can see coming right up on Jefferson's Barrack. We'll be crossing the river here in a matter of moments going into the Illinois side. That's going to include Falling Spring, North Depew, as well as east. Let's see here. East Carondelet. So absolutely seeing some very active stuff. And now joining us is Chris here. Chris is going to help out a little. Chris is going to, we'll wait for Chris to get ready and everything. But Chris is here with us, so he's going to help to give my voice a little bit of a rest. But again, this is an observed Trento on the ground. Now, it will be staying south of St. Louis. Don't expect that it's going to take a jog here, but as it goes into the Illinois side, we'll see here. It looks like it'll stay just north of Columbia, but could be coming up on the Cahoe area here as well as Centerville for the next couple of minutes. So, yes, this is an observed tornado that is now on the ground. So we got how many tornadoes on the ground now? At least one, two, and three tornadoes that are on the ground. Chris, you still with us here as he gets ready to hop on? Chris?
Just trying to catch up on these. So we're looking at these tornado warnings for Missouri and Arkansas is where we're at.
Yes. So, it's a PDS Trento watch. We got quite a few active Trento warnings at the moment, all of them in Missouri. Well, one of them about to cross over to Illinois. We have a confirmed Trento that is on the ground near southeast of Green Park. So at St. Louis Metro right here. Again, a little pocket there of rotation. This guy, I think, did produce a little spin-up Trento earlier on, so that might be its thing here, is it might be producing a little spin-up or whatnot. But it will be coming up right on the junction of Illinois 3 and I-255 here, pretty much right about now. It's pretty much right over Jefferson Barracks, and it'll be heading over to Depew and Falling Spring and maybe that area here over the next couple of radar scans. And we'll probably not make it up to St. Louis. But yeah, I've been watching this guy for a little bit. We've been kind of talking a bit about it. Like I said, it might have produced a little spin up around the Eureka west of Eureka a little bit ago, but that's the only reports I've seen since then. Then we have kind of a group of supercells further down to the south. One of them is this guy here, south of Rolla. Still radar indicated, not the best image, but it has been going for a while. We'll see if the storm maybe tries to continue. Again, that's just radar indicated. And then we have this guy over near Raymondville. The rotation itself looks like it has stayed past Raymondville. They probably did see a little bit in the way of some hail, though. The warning has not yet been extended, but we'll see here. It's really difficult to tell, though, with the radar scans or, with the edge of the radar here. And then there is another Trento warning, and this is going to be north of Ozark National, and radar indicated a rotation on that. And then we have this guy down here around Mountain View which has a confirmed tornado, and we are picking up a pretty good velocity scan of it here. Looks like it could be coming up on the Birch Tree area. So that's what you missed.
Okay.
Fun time.
So it looks like we got a bunch of activity out here.
Absolutely. You want your radar up?
Let me get her shared here real quick. So we got to watch until 11 on that side, and that on that other watch box. Is there any? I'm trying to think here. Looks like they're all thunderstorm warnings in the southwest.
Yeah, the one over Joplin is just a regular old tornado watch, and then this one is a PDS watch. It goes until 11. It includes parts of western Kentucky and western Illinois and western Tennessee. You got your screen up there? Oh, yeah. Yours is colorful.
I got her up there. So we will.
I'll give my voice a quick break, but I'm still here.
Okay. So we got, looks like a lot of activity here across Missouri. And in particular, we were watching the observed tornadoes in the southwestern parts or southeastern parts of St. Louis, crossing over into Illinois. And then there's two minutes, looks like. We'll watch this one down here in the Raymondville area. I think it looks like it has been extended. So we'll kind of look at an update on this one. So this tornado remains in effect until 6:30. And at 5:56, a confirmed tornado was located near Raymondville, or 7 miles southeast of Houston, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a damaging tornado with tennis ball size hail. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado on the ground. So it will be in that Raymondville area, eventually to Yukon, Hartshore, and Eunice here over the next 30 minutes. So we'll take a look at that a little closer. Put her into motion here. Timmy kind of ran that down, but we are looking here in this Raymondville area. And again, like Timmy said, we're at the edge of the radar, so it's kind of hard to see. But again, we'll be looking at this. It is on the ground, confirmed. So this is a kind of a serious situation down there in that Raymondville area to the east of it for the next 30 minutes. So we'll get that back on a regular radar, or we can take a more zoomed in look. But again, this one is an observed tornado. It's to the east of Raymondville, and those communities that may be affected here are Hartshorne, and this area on north of Hartshorne, moving up to Ashley Green here in these rural parts of southern Missouri. So we'll keep that one in mind. We've got these other ones. Here's another observed one down in the Mountain View area. That one is in effect for another 12 minutes. Weather spotters have confirmed this. It's moving east at 25. And again, this one was in the Mountain View area. This one kind of, again, you can see that area we're looking at here where these spotters are, or these storm chasers, to the east of Mountain View.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight thing. Really quickly, I just want to mention we were talking about that tornado warning over around the St. Louis area. It probably produced a spin up west of Eureka. And then we had that confirmed tornado yet again as it was crossing over I-55. That's it right there. Now, mind you, folks, this was about 10 minutes ago, and it doesn't appear that this thing is still on the ground. But see right there, a little drop off in the correlation coefficient there, as we talked about earlier. That little ball right there. So it looked like it kind of made its way. Let's see here. Kind of formed up quickly. It probably crossed over I-55. There it was as it approached the Oakville area, and then it looks like it probably weakened a little bit because the most recent radar scans have kind of shown a drop-off on that. But this storm does have a history producing at least one, maybe two little spin-up tornadoes. So as it makes its way now north of Columbia, we'll keep an eye to see if it maybe tries to drop something again. It's going to be on the north side of Columbia now, and then it will cross county line, and then it will continue. We'll have to see if this thing maybe tries to track towards the Belleville or Smithton area. So at the moment, like I said, we did have what looked like a little spin-up tornado. Whether that thing, it doesn't look like it's still on the ground at this point, but the rotation is certainly there. And it's passing right over Highway 3 on the north side of Columbia, heading towards the county line. Could be making its way to Bluffside and then Rodemick here in just a little bit. Millstat also, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see how that thing tracks. But again, for now, this thing is now on the Illinois side of the metro. Rest of all the other activity still going on in Missouri. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect near Marine, Illinois. Doesn't appear at the moment that there is a lot in the way of low-level rotation with that, but it certainly is producing a little bit in the way of some hail. As it tracks its way towards Highland, we'll have to kind of keep a little bit of an eye on that just based on the atmosphere. So that's what's going on around the St. Louis area. Didn't look like it was anything big, but little spin-up tornado there. Doesn't look like it's on the ground at the moment anymore. But based on, what we've been watching over the past half hour with this thing is that it looks like it kind of cycles a little bit. It may have produced a little spin-up further back to the west of Eureka. So, and there was a little debris signature as it was passing near the Oakville area. Now it's, like I said, just on the north side of Columbia. It doesn't look very strong. The rotation doesn't, but it could just be cycling again.
Okay. And okay, so that is the cell that's in the St. Louis area. It does look like it has had a history of rotation, and like Timmy said, it is right there in that Columbia area. Looks like if you were to continue on that track, Millstat would be kind of the next community that would potentially have a smaller tornado, something to keep an eye on. So again, we got a tornado warning that does include that Columbia area, Millstat, Bellevue, here for another 23 minutes. So we're looking till the bottom of the 6:30 hour time frame here. Have you confirmed any of that hail?
Yeah, we've been getting quite a few hail reports from the St. Louis metro. Oh yeah, there's been quite a bit. The biggest one I've seen has been 2 3/4 of an inch. That was up around St. Charles. The storm that just went through with the tornado warning, that one has at least 1 to maybe 2 inch size hail with it. Waiting for the new hail reports to kind of filter in from around there. But I guarantee that thing still is producing at least 1 inch size hail. On a side note, I just want to mention briefly, they have extended that tornado warning also down south, the Mountain View Birch Tree one. That rotation looks like it's pretty much right over Birch Tree, maybe just like a half mile north of Birch Tree. It's going to be coming up on Winona, though, here. So, again, it's an observed tornado still down there. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. Okay. But yeah, if you wanted to keep with the St. Louis, that's – I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to mention that warning really quickly. But
okay. So we got we got this cell up by St. Louis, and then we've got the cluster of tornado warnings down there in the southern parts of Missouri. So that is continuing. That Winona one, it's built out there. It looks like we're moving pretty much due east on those. The track it's observed. So in that Winona area, in the southern parts of the state, we've got these other ones. This one here, kind of run down that one when we first got on here. So this Summersville, to the north of Summersville, there is another observed tornado. So we'll keep an eye. This one in the St. Louis area is probably the one that is affecting the most densely populated area there near the metro. And it looks like it popped up another one out ahead of that. So obviously it is continuing with the potential there to keep moving past Bellevue. And yeah, you see this nice little, it's really starting to hook right here in that Millstadt area. So let's take a look and see what we've got. On this one, it's going to go until 7 o'clock. We got a tornado warning that now extends from the cell that's in that Columbia Millstadt area. It's now going to include northeastern St. Clair County in Illinois. It's crossed over the level line until 7 o'clock. It'll be at 6:08 p.m. A severe thunderstorm producing a tornado is located near Millstadt, moving east at 35. So this will include Belleville around 6:15, Swansea, Freeburg, and Smithton around 6:20, and then Shiloh around 6:25. So we got this observed, a radar indicated tornado. It has a history of some observation of small tornado with it when it was in the Eureka area. We'll keep an eye on this. It's going to continue. It's got a pretty good hook, and we'll take a look at the velocities here to see what we've got as far as some circulation here. You're seeing a little bit in that Millstadt area. And we'll just kind of leave it on this for a little bit here. So if you're looking at this here, we've got this area right here around Millstadt. This is where we got this radar indication of the rotation, a little bit of a inflow and a notch here. And then obviously here's Belleville and areas as we get into Illinois, the Freeburg area, Smithton, and Swansea. So we're going to be tracking that through those communities here the next 45 minutes till the top of the hour. So this area out here, when we get towards this cell holds together, we'll be moving in this Muscatah area, New Baden, Freeburg, and those areas as we move past that 6:30 to that 7 o'clock time frame. Right now, this Millstadt area is of the most concern. This is radar indicated, but tennis ball size hail potential, and the movement here to the east at 35 miles per hour. That is definitely something we need to keep our eyes on. And in that area, moving into away from the metro area into suburbs in the southeast parts of the metro into the Illinois side, and continuing past there at 7 o'clock till 7 o'clock.
One thing I want to bring up here really quickly, I just want to bring it up. I'm going to steal the radar really quickly, and then I'll put it back on yours, Chris. Quite a few of the way of new tornado warnings that have been issued. So a little bit of a mess kind of here, but we have that tornado warning that includes Winona. That tornado is still being observed. It looks pretty impressive on the velocity images. That will be coming up on Winona here probably for the next 10 to maybe 15 minutes at most. That warning has also been extended now further to the east. Again, right now it's being labeled as observed, but it's for the same storm, just different weather office. This is from the Paducah office. So again, there's a transition of the weather offices there. That's why there's two separate warnings for the same storm there. And again, they have it confirmed, but that's in effect for another hour. Then we had this guy reissued tornado warning, but it's radar indicated. You can see a little bit of that hook feature there as this thing is going to mainly stay over kind of somewhat rural areas. Looks like it may be passing between Centerville and Ellington, but still close enough, though, that we'll keep a very close eye on that. Then we had the reissuance of that tornado warning from that storm coming out of Raymondville. Right now, it's over generally rural areas. It's just radar indicated. Haven't seen any new reports on that one yet. Obviously, the two biggies at the moment, and we can see it here on the velocities, is going to be this one right down here coming up on Winona, and this guy right here getting ready to pass right in between Centerville and Ellington, as long as they keep on the same track. So two observed tornadoes at least ongoing right now. We'll keep an eye on it to see if this guy tries to recycle a little bit. If it does, it'll be going kind of to the east. Right now, it's over very rural area, state parks. We might not get any reports from it. But I do want to point out, though, that Winona here, just minutes left before this will be possibly tracking up to your area. So that's what's going on down south around there. Chris, sorry, I'll put your radar back up. And
that Winona one looks. Have there been any reports coming out of those south ones?
No, the last one we got was Mountain View, but I know there's spotters on that. My guess is there might just be a little bit of a delay. I'm certainly thinking that if this thing doesn't have a tornado on the ground, it certainly has at least a funnel or something along those lines, at least a rotating wall cloud. Again, we are far away from the radar, so we're really at a lack of low-level radar coverage, unfortunately. Yeah. So even the velocities I showed are a little bit higher up, which would kind of be expected. But I'm looking on my end here. I'll let you know. But like I said, it will be coming right up on Winona here in just a little bit. But I didn't mean to take the attention away. I just wanted to bring that up really quickly.
Okay. So we're heading back up to the metro area. We got that Belleville tornado warning. We also have this severe thunderstorm now in the DeSoto and Festus area, moving towards them. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, tornado possible in this area, which it includes southwestern Monroe County, in southwestern Illinois, southeastern Jefferson County, and east central Missouri, northwestern St. Genevieve County in southeastern Missouri, and northwestern St. Francois County in southeastern Missouri. This is until 7 o'clock, so at 6:14, the severe thunderstorm is located near DeSoto, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So again, this will be at Festus, DeSoto, Peevely, Crystal City, Hillsboro, Valley Mire, Olympian Village, Bloomsdale, Horine, Maidstown, and Fultz, Monroe City, and Harrisonville, which also includes Interstate 55 between exits 162 and 180. So potential here, we do have hail being reported with this stuff out there this evening. So if you get down there in that DeSoto area, you can see this cell is kind of picking up in intensity and heading towards that Festus, Hillsboro, Peevely, Maidstown, and these areas on 55 here until 7 o'clock. So we'll keep an eye on that activity here, see if it does spawn up any little rotation in this area around DeSoto. That's probably where we would, if we do see a potential possible tornado develop, that is probably the area we'd be focusing on right now here with the movement and the look here on the radar. So kind of do a velocity scan, see what that does look like. We don't see too much in the way of that, but this area here, we'll keep an eye on that to see what does potentially, if anything, could pop up there. Back up here to Belleville, that Millstadt area, we continue to have that radar indicated. Again, that is moving into that next warning box, which would be Belleville, Smithton, and Freeburg. So again, this is the one that had a history back there around Eureka of maybe a small tornado, kind of dipped down, at least a funnel wall cloud. And now we've got this, moving in that Belleville, Millstadt area. We definitely got some strong winds with that. and the large hail has been reported. So listeners or viewers that are in those, if you're online there, definitely run through your tornado precautions. Be inside, close to your walls. Take cover. Get inside and have your alert systems on for this activity in that Millstadt and Bellevue, Freeburg area in south western parts of Illinois. Kind of going back down here to these Winona. Again, we've got the spotter or these chasers on that area. Kind of wait and see what happens once it moves through this area around Winona. That is well to the south there. Like Timmy said, it's on the edge of our radar loop or scan, so it's real hard to get a true indication on what we've got as far as the circulation. But again, here in St. Louis metro area, looking at this particular area right around Belleville, Freeburg, Millstadt. See if I've got any storm updates. Got hail. I'm not seeing hail. St. Louis Valley Park, it's 75. So it does have in that Valley Park area, inch 75, and then not so long ago at 22-inch hail in the Peerless Park area. So Peerless Park area. So history, 1 inch 75, 2-inch hail. You're definitely getting up there golf ball size. Moving through Belleville, Millstadt, Freeburg. We got this warning in place for another 30 minutes, 39 minutes, so till 7 o'clock. And again, we got radar indicated rotation. We're going to keep an eye on the potential of maybe something here developing as far as a potential tornado that could be observed. Go back down here around DeSoto, Festus. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Possible tornado rotation. We are in a tornado watch in these areas, so the conditions are favorable for the potential development of isolated tornadoes. So we'll definitely watch that cell for potential strengthening as it heads into that Festus area, kind of pulling in some, pulling into circulate, looking at this area right here between Festus and DeSoto, see if we have any potential rotation development there. Again, we're got these two cells that are probably the strongest two that are moving near and just south and west of St. Louis, into Illinois, across the river. And then we still got activity that's down in the rural parts of southern areas in that Mountain View. Got an observed tornado and also radar indicated rotation in the Summersville, or 18 miles east of Houston, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So that was about 10 minutes ago. This is in that Summersville area.
Yeah, and those three storms have really been going for a while. And I'll tell you, the one the Centerville storm there, so the one at the top right that you have up there now, I mean, I'm wondering if this one is going to start taking over compared to the one that's just behind it, because it looks like that one might kind of start taking over as being the main one of that group of two that you see right there. Obviously, the one down to the south over Winona is still kind of out by itself, but I just noticed that it. I just noticed that over the past few scans, it appears that this leading one here over. Let me steal radar here really quickly so I can. Give me a quick second here. Let me put that up here. So it appears that this one, like I said, it seems to be the one that might be taking over. This one may be undergoing a little bit of a weakening trend. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to tell. This is a rural area. It's right over the Ozark National Scenic Riverways and everything. So not the best radar coverage either, but I have noticed that it seems like this one is starting to maybe begin to kind of rob the energy away from this guy back here at the moment. So be interesting to watch to see if this guy maybe intensifies a bit more. And like I said, it's going into an atmosphere that hasn't been touched in a while. I mean, there was some thunderstorm activity earlier on today here that helped, to give the moisture that we're currently seeing dew points well into the 70s. In fact, here's one for you, Cape Girardeau, 75-degree dew point there. So 74 down in Poplar Bluff. So these dew points, very, very good. Temperatures don't have to be overly warm at this point. But I do wonder if this guy is going to be the one to take over. I'll put your radar back up.
Yeah, I can definitely see that area there in that Centerville or Ellington. You kind of can see the development there of that hook. And then, with this activity to the south, this could kill or weaken this right here. So again, I think that's pretty good observation. Something that we can see. It's out there a ways. And you can see that right here. So see this in the Centerville area, and that's on that Highway 21 between Ellington and Centerville. You definitely can start to see some decent rotation here on the velocity scans. It is radar indicated, so we'll keep an eye in that area as well. So as we're looking back up towards St. Louis, we've got this one. It's been extended. Another severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this line that's now moving through Festus, Columbia, Belleville, into across the river into Illinois from eastern and southeastern Missouri. This new warning will, again, same thing, a 1-inch type hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. We could have the potential of some rotation or tornadic development. This would be for Monroe County in southwestern Illinois, northern Randolph County in southwestern Illinois, and St. Clair and St. Genevieve counties in Missouri. So this is crossing over the state line, the river there. It'll be until 7:15. At 6:26, the thunderstorm was located near Crystal City, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So this does have faster movement with it. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail is the threats here levels that we would be looking at. And we will kind of zoom in on that, see what we're looking at here. So this area is moving rather quickly at 60 miles per hour. So again, this will come through here fast, a little bit slower here up to the north in the Bellevue, O'Fallon, Shiloh area. In particular, watching this Freeburg, Smithton area. This did have a history of some potential small tornadic activity back towards Eureka. We are seeing the 1.75 and 2-inch size hail, that golf ball hail, with this cell here. So if you're looking up here in this Belleville area, we got some hail potential. More than likely, we're looking at this area down around Freeburg and Smithton for the radar indicated rotation. There in that area, did have a history. We were back here in Millstadt looking at it, and now we're in this Smithton and Freeburg area. And again, this warning is till 7, as well as this one here is until 7, and this new one is until 7:15. So we're picking up that faster movement with this front line. And again, it's moving rapidly through portions of southeastern Missouri, crossing the line into southwestern Illinois. We've got another cluster of thunderstorm warnings that are a little bit farther to the south and west along that line, which extends from Licking through Salem, Potosi, some of these areas in the central Ozark region, moving as well to that east about 35. Assuming these are moving around 35 miles per hour here, 45. So we got 45-mile-an-hour movement in this area of these severe thunderstorm cells. And then let's go back down here around Centerville and Ellington and see what we've got with that. Again, now this is right in the Centerville area, crossing Highway 21 is this potential. Let's see if it's still radar indicated. So we're still.
Yeah, it's radar indicated still.
Yep. So.
Yeah, still haven't gotten any new reports down with either or 3 of those storms. I do know that a lot of storm spotters are on that one near Winona, so I haven't seen anything from them yet. But still being warned though, as observed.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is still somewhat there on the reflectivity, albeit very difficult to see. The higher tilts do still show that there is a pretty good mesocyclone within that storm. Same thing for the one that is right now over the Ozark National Scenic Riverways. And then the St. Louis radar still shows a good amount of at least low-level rotation with that leading supercell of the 3. That appears, according at least to the St. Louis radar, as though it would be staying north of Ellington, but coming right up on the community of Fruit City, and maybe, and then coming up on Highway 21 here in a matter of minutes. Again, not the strongest signature, but I'm not giving that to the storm itself. I'm giving that more to the fact that, it's just unfortunately not the best radar coverage in this area. On the plus side, though, as these storms begin to move eastwards, they are going to come. They're starting to now come into range of the Paducah Weather Office radar. So that's good news because these storms are tracking straight, somewhat to the east here. So looks like this weird radar coverage gap that we have at the lower levels around this, which there's a few of those, across the country. Just based on where the radars are, this is one of them. My hometown being one of the other ones too. But we should hopefully start to see better, clear radar image or clearer images of these storms now as they start to cross over into the Paducah Weather Office area. So again, I haven't seen any. Well, no, now I just have. This is going to be recent. There is a strong tornado in progress a half mile east of Bartlett. So it's going to be that Winona storm. So there we go. We finally got a report from that group. I'm not surprised. I'm going to throw up my radar here. And this is it right here. And so this is what we're seeing right here. Again, this rotation has been there. It's still, was being labeled as observed. We weren't sure because I'm going to tell you what, some of the radar scans over the past few minutes have just been useless, to be quite honest. But this one is one of the clearer ones that we've seen. This is courtesy of the Paducah Weather Office. So you can see here, Chris, It's pretty much right at the edge of the Paducah
Right.
radar's scenery here, but we do have kind of a nice, clearer picture of it here. And whether it went over Winona or not is a little uncertain, but this is it right here. It's right now. It's going to be coming over the Peck Ranch area here, so it looks like not the most populated region. But eventually, and given the fact that this is, from the looks of it, is held up for quite a while, I would just say going downstream, Van Buren, and that being the nearest community to get there. I mean, again, the big thing and what's going to be difficult on our end is this is a very, very rural. This is it's a conservation area, so there's not many drivable, storm tracking drivable roads really around here. So it looks like everyone's kind of confined to US 60 in terms of the observations. We'll see if someone manages to maybe get up in there, but again, it's not going to be over a heavily populated area until maybe it gets closer to Van Buren. But that's it right there. Again, and mind you, folks, this is not an official report. This is just a storm spotter report, but the strong tornado in progress with this, and this would be it right here. So, again, whether it hit Winona or not is a bit uncertain. It got probably, regardless, very close. Let's back it up here a little bit. It looks like, Chris, at least on my end, it might have stayed just north of Winona by like half a mile.
Yeah, really close.
But we're still getting a pretty good a look at it here. Looks like it's going to be just north of Low Wassee, if I'm saying that right. I'm not quite sure how else to say that. It's kind of a fun town name, actually, Low Wassee. Anyways, but yeah, it's going to be going over the Peck Ranch conservation area here, probably. So we might not have the best view of it, or we might not get many reports of it. But I will say, going further downstream, though, Van Buren certainly. If we want to go really downstream, Kenny Corner, but that's even outside the tornado warning. That's up in here. But this guy has been holding up for quite a while, and we did not have the best radar scans. I don't really think anybody did. But now that it's in the Paducah radar coverage area, we should hopefully start getting a really good view of it.
Okay. I took a quick peek at some of those storm chasers down there. They don't really have a good view. The cell service must not be real good there. There is one that you kind of can see the can't remember which one it is.
I'll put your radar back up. Sorry.
I think it was this one here. There you go.
Oh,
Reaming in on that. That's Kopek. I think he's in the one that's behind it.
Let me see.
He's the back one here.
Oh.
I think that.
Well, I see trees.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so he's on the back side of it, you said?
He is that back vehicle.
So he's a bit far away from it.
Right. So he's.
Oh yeah.
He's way behind it. And these don't come up, so that's the only one that's actually got some video feed. But anyway, we're looking, like here in this Winona area, whether or not it came through Winona. Looks like it's a little bit farther to the north. Not seeing much on that. I think I'm on the St. Louis one. There we go. That Paducah one definitely picks it up a lot better. So
yeah. Thank goodness. So that was actually getting borderline frustrating. Couldn't get a good scan of some of them. Hey, I just want to point out too. take a look at this, Chris. I'm going to pop up my radar. This is not actually. This literally was just. This was not what I was actually going to mention, but this literally just popped. Look at the size of that Trento warning, Chris.
Holy cow!
That is a blanket Trento warning if I've seen one.
What in the
Warning. Chris, have you ever seen one this big? I've
Well,
seen severe thunderstorms. Huh?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy big.
It's covering all the way. I mean, that's a long distance.
Yeah, that's. I don't know how much I'm a fan of that, but
Are they,
so the reason they issued that was because of the line.
Because of the line, yeah.
But that seems really weird. What I was originally going to mention was this guy down here firing up right over Marion, just south of Marion, Illinois, does have a little bit of a rotation notch with it. That's what I was originally going to cut. That's what I was originally going to say. And then we got that giant warning. That, I don't know, that seems kind of unnecessary. I feel like a severe thunderstorm warning would have covered that. But I guess he who controls the button gets to pick. But that is the thing is huge. It's almost like a State College, Pennsylvania weather office warning. They love to do that with severe thunderstorm warnings. They've had some big ones. Those are fun to watch. But yeah, that's what office is this again? That's the St. Louis office. So yeah, they're just warning it because of the line. So there's nothing actually observed with any of in any of these areas. It's just in anticipation of this line as it begins to move its way in. Again, it's QLCS type of little spin up Trentos in it. And that's what it is. Historically, the trend normally is that this would have been a severe thunderstorm warning with the Trento possible tag, and then they just would have went with it. Until something was observed. I can't remember ever seeing a Trento warning that large in coverage area, to my knowledge. We also have one, for the heck of it, let's not forget going up north here, there is Trento warning around Lake Beach. This is a North Chicago Metro. Was reported earlier of what appears to be a Trento there too. So, but I just want to mention that obviously this thing is getting ready to cross over Lake Michigan, so not much more. But North Chicago, Gurnee, around Lake Beach, all under that Trento warning there. Matter of fact, we kind of backed this thing up a little bit. I just want to see if this thing had a kind of a little decent little signature there south of McHenry. But again, this storm, on the North Chicago Metro. Couple little Trento reports from a little bit ago near Whitewater from one of the storms there across southern Wisconsin. So a little bit of activity there, but again, it's getting ready to cross over Lake Michigan, so we probably won't be seeing it much anymore. And now we have a new Trento warning that is observed from that Marion storm right there, little notch. Again, this looks like it'll be staying south of Marion, crossing right over the interstate now, but heading over to Lake Estates in that region. It'll be staying north of Goreville, but could maybe head up to Creel Springs there. But again, this is it right there, nice little notch there. It is observed right now, confirmed Trento, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We put a little time track on that thing. We'll time it out for about 35 miles an hour just to give it a little bit of a lead time. Creel Springs about 15 minutes, maybe, about 15 minutes or so is when it will be there. So, again, that is an observed tornado way out ahead, Chris, of the main activity, kind of, right out there. And then we have this guy right near Paducah, Trento warning on this guy. And this is interesting because these guys are really out ahead of the main activity. So they may have a little bit better of a time. I don't see a strong rotation signature at the moment, but keep in mind, this is the Paducah weather radar, and I'm pretty sure this is where the office is. So they have a pretty good view of it. So my guess is that we'll know if there is anything. But again, right now it's radar indicated. So 2 new Trento warnings have just popped up. Well, technically 3 if you can count that massive thing. So it looks like things are starting to fire up now too on the other side of the Mississippi River. all encompassed within that tornado warning. And then naturally, we still have our, big group over here. We'll see what this, group does as it moves further to the east. But yeah, I find it very interesting. And, that happened very quickly, say the least, because that was, there it is. That looks pretty decent to me. Definitely a nice hook feature, a little bit of rotation. Let's see if we got any. No debris signature at the moment, but we'll know here soon enough. But yeah, kind of. That's kind of cool, Chris. You get those two little guys just fire up right ahead of the main activity.
Yeah, they're out there well ahead, but they definitely are showing the rotation sign. You got that observed one up there in that Goreville, Marion area. That is.
Yeah.
You can really see the hook on there. So it's very, very
absolutely.
Old. So
and then this the coming up on Van Buren here, I would just say tentatively that it, if it goes on a straight east track, it'll be staying just north of Van Buren. But this is the other one. This is part of our group that we've mainly been talking about. That train was still on the ground. Last report I had, I saw it was about 5 minutes ago, and this thing was still on the ground then. Again, it's right over the Park Ranch Conservation Area, but it will be coming up on Van Buren here. That's, again, the one way far out there. I haven't seen anything new on these two storms. I think a lot of the attention is currently on this guy down here, as it really has been going for quite a while. Now, whether this has all been one tornado, because there have been additional reports, they haven't come up here yet. Again, they're not official. These are just storm spotter reports, but there were two around Mountain View, and now two right around, one just east of Winona and one just west of Winona. So whether or not that's the same tornado is a bit uncertain, but obviously from the same storm, from the same mesocyclone, and based on some of these scans that are coming in from the Paducah office, again, might still be on the ground. And if that's the case, that's going to be coming up on Van Buren here in just a few minutes. So certainly turn up precautions there, or plans, or if you're like me, just go outside and look at it. And why not? But for the most part, yeah. And now we have this guy, which again is starting to look pretty good. Really defined hook there, Chris. That looks to me like there's a tornado on the ground just based on those reflectivities right there.
Yeah, that's gotten even stronger as we were over there and looking at that stuff around Van Buren. So very, very evident signature here in that south of Marion. Looks like it's heading towards that Creole Springs area. Yeah. Let's keep an eye on that one. I guess it's an observed tornado. It's showing that signature very well here on the velocity scans as it's moving towards Creole Springs. So that is crossed over the interstate there. And again, it's out ahead of the main line, but very evident observed tornado signature there in south of Marion in Creole Springs.
Yeah, and that's going to put it in Creole Springs here in about 10 minutes.
So
at the rate that it's going. Now, I will say, over the next minute, Lake Crest, Farrow's Gardens, it's right over Eagle Point Bay now. It looked to be, at least if we want to go just based off the roads here, some communities here. So we might start getting some information here. Obviously, this is a little bit more populated than where the other one is, but I'm telling you what, this looks really good of a storm here. And let's just see how quickly this thing fired up. This will give us a good idea of the environment here, but let's take a look. We loop this out. Let's see here, about yeah, look at that. That just in about half hour, Chris. That's what it went to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's, like I said, that'll be coming right up on Creole Springs here, like I said, in about 10 minutes. Maybe now just a little bit less. Just based on the way it's tracking, maybe New Burnside too. We'll see what it does with that. I think right now more Creole Springs than New Burnside, but again, because it's mainly kind of moving in this direction, but it has kind of dropped just a little bit, so it's entirely possible it could maybe take a little bit of a track like that. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Now, if it's intensifying, which it could very well be, it might go a little bit east first before then turning. So that's something that we might have to keep an eye on with that. But certainly between Creel Springs and New Burnside here, that whole area, I would really be keeping a close eye on that. It doesn't look like it's strong, at least at the moment on the as of the most recent radar scan, but certainly probably something on the ground here. And given how quickly that fired up, I mean, we'll see here. Right now, it's kind of by itself. Even if it cycles down a little bit, it could easily cycle back up. So Harrisburg will be the next place in line for that. We'll have to keep an eye on. And then obviously we have our guy down here around Paducah. Why not? Nothing observed with this at the moment. It doesn't appear, Chris, that it has much rotation down at the surface. Let me flip up the... It's very faint if it's there, but then again, like I said, they have probably a very clear view of it over at the weather office right now. So there may be a wall cloud or something with that, or might have been even a little funnel cloud. But Creel Springs right now, that trend is at least on the ground still. Might not be very strong, but it's still there on the ground. That warning continues, and then we have our guy back here, which. Again, now they're calling this a particular dangerous situation, Chris, coming up on Van Buren. So that tells me that this thing is still on the ground, obviously. Oh, come on, radar, let's go. There we go. Yeah, coming right up on Van Buren. Track this thing. I want to see what their text says exactly, but they got a large confirmed extremely dangerous tornado, which again is kind of a standard definition. I just want to see what they got this thing going at about 25 miles an hour. We'll time it out to 30 miles an hour, but we're going to take it right into Van Buren as we do it, and that could put it in Van Buren here in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if that warning gets upgraded. A couple new trainer warnings coming up on my end. I'm going to get some info on that, but I'll put your radar back up for the moment here.
Okay. Looks like this one just popped up. Is that the ones you're going to take a look at?
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to see what they're doing with all that and everything. And we do have a confirmed trainer report, by the way, just for the heck of it. Not confirmed, but a storm spotter. They're saying that one near that one in Illinois is a extremely large wedge tornado. And you're going up to Creel Springs. That's what that report says. Didn't look like that on the radar. But I just want to point that out. Anyways, I want to take a look at a few things here. But I'm going to mute myself here because I have to do some quick typing. But yeah.
So the observed tornadoes that we've been taking a look at are also this Creel Springs area. This was an observed tornado as south of Marion. We've been kind of watching this here. And again, that's moving pretty quickly there through Creel Springs, and then eventually could be that New Burnside area. It is kind of moving along that southern edge of that warning box. So between Creel Springs and New Burnside, we got a potential tornado, or definitely observed tornado on the ground. We can kind of look at this area. You can definitely see that rotation there in Creel Springs. It's going to continue its northeastward movement, Carrier Mills. Once it gets past the end of that, if they extend that warning box, it would include Carrier Mills. And we'll keep an eye on whether Harrisburg would potentially come in on that. So we've got this observed tornado. It's kind of developed really quickly out ahead of the main line. It will be in that till 7:30 for north central Johnson, southeastern Williamson area. Again, it's a damaging tornado. Radar confirmed, observed as well. And this storm will be continuing here in this Creel Springs area. Again, we'll watch that to see if it'll move and through Creel Springs, and that Carrier Mills Harrisburg would be eventually down flow of that if it would continue in the warning after 7:30 here. So we've got that observed tornado out there in Creel Springs, and we'll go back towards the one in the new Van area. Again, you can see what we're looking at there as well. We're looking at this one to be in there around 7:05 in the Van Buren area. Let's take a peek, see if any of these guys have. But you got it, kind of trees in the way there, but you can see that hanging cloud.
Where is he? Is he on that? He's on that one near Van
Buren.
Yeah. I want to. Oh, come on, trees, get out of the way. I want to see that thing. I think the trail is behind those trees. Oh, here we go. He might get a shot of it now. This is. I want to see this. Man, that's rotating regardless. I mean, look at that.
Big old area rotation here.
That's a great shot he's got there. Yeah, I mean, so that's a PDS tornado warning. It's not a tornado emergency, but I mean, it's showing up really well here on the velocities. I mean, maybe we just can't see the, maybe it's just one of those, I don't say invisible funnels, but I can't, it's hard to tell if there's any debris with that, but I mean, it's impressive on the St. Louis radar. You get kind of a good view of it. Mind you, it's higher up. So, and it looks honestly like there's a bounded hook echo region on the radar too, if you're using the St. Louis one on the reflectivities. Man, that is certainly some lowering there. Ooh, wow. I'm still looking. Well, we could keep that up, but I'm still looking over at the Creel Springs one. It's not the strongest on the velocities, but they're still labeling that as a PDS tornado warning too. Again, pretty much right over Creel Springs here. It doesn't look like it's gonna. It might maybe try to take a little bit of an easterly track. It could try to graze New Burnside at the moment. But again, it still hasn't gone through Creel Springs yet. But that PDS tornado warning still continues on that one. So he's moving now. Let's see what it. I'm really curious about that. I mean, it's
got to be back there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, and it might be one of those situations where maybe there's just not enough to, I don't know. Maybe you just can't see the funnel, but there's so many trees in the way. And he's, do we know exactly where he is?
Yeah, he was. Oops. Oh. Where do I click it out here?
Oh no, it froze.
It's frozen.
I think you just click it.
Just click it right here.
No, I would just click the image. There we go.
He is.
They've extended the tornado warning too, still labeling it as observed PDS. So he's looking right at it. So
Yeah, he's right. He's right south of it.
yeah. So put that. Has this guy got anything?
He is just spinning.
Oh, come on.
They're right on top of each other here, following each other.
Yeah, I mean that's. Well, anyways, folks, it's rotating. I mean that thing is rotating without a doubt. But yes, they have extended that tornado warning, just so you know, on that storm. It includes Ellesmere. Ellesmere, and it's so we're lucky now that we're seeing it actually a little bit clear. It does not appear that they will extend that tornado warning on that one just south of Paducah. That storm just looks like it's just kind of doing some stuff, but I want to mention that one. It looks like a new tornado watch has also just came out. Let me see if I can find some info on that. Yeah, they've issued a new tornado watch. It's not a PDS tornado watch, but it still has some high probability stuff with it. That's going to include the area that we're looking at. Is pretty much all of west central Kentucky, all the way down to the Tennessee border, all the way up to Evansville. Looks like it's going to also include Jasper, Indiana, Washington, Indiana. It will include Effingham, Illinois, and it will include Fairfield. Now, again, that's a brand new tornado watch. It will also include in Kentucky, Elizabethtown, Louisville, Bowling Green, Hopkinsville, all the way down to the Tennessee border. Does not include any Tennessee counties right now. It includes Campbellsville, though, Mount Washington, Bardstown, Radcliffe. And so, yeah, kind of a broad area. In fact, let me go ahead, just because it's such a broad watch here. I'm going to steal it really quickly here. Oh no, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. I just want to show my screen here really quickly. Give me a second. This is the right here. So that watch has been extended, and this is the new watch. It's not PDS, but it is does have still high probabilities with it. It looks like there's also been a severe thunderstorm watch that has been put up. It includes Bloomington, Indiana, Terre Haute, Indiana, Charleston, Illinois, Columbus, Indiana, Seymour, so kind of on the northern edge of that. So here's all of our warnings at the moment. We have this obviously long, big tornado warning and another equally kind of big tornado warning just put up that includes Salem. Again, all of this is radar indicated. It's just because of that line coming through. The two big ones that we're watching are this one here around Creole Springs, as well as this big guy coming out of Van Buren. Chris, do they actually have and we do have some Tennessee counties now. Oh, well, those are already there, so never mind. Forget that part. Chris, do they have a view of that thing now coming out of Van Buren? I really want to know.
Let's see here if I can go.
And put your screen back up. I really want to see this. I mean, this has been kind of long track, and I'm not sure if it's the same. We had a tornado report of Mountain View, and then another one. We've had 4 tornado reports, 2 around Mountain View, 2 around Winona, and they're still tagging it as observed. It's still evident on the on some of the reflectivity. So what I'm wondering, was it either one tornado or was it a couple tornadoes? Either way, this storm has been going for quite a while. So it's a strong storm regardless. I mean, that mesocyclone is still very strong.
Yeah, they're not getting service there. But anyway, they're right in that area. Now it looks like they put up some flash flooding warnings in that same area.
Yeah, you know what? Here, I'll tell you what. Oh, so we have a clear image. Let me make sure this is updated here really fast. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, go ahead with the warnings.
So we got a slug of tornado warnings here. Again, we're watching this one in the Van Buren area. That is an observed tornado. And then we also got this one up in Coral Springs, looking like it's going towards Carrier Mills. These were all observed tornadoes, and been tracking them here for a while. So kind of get these two up on the screen at the same time. If we can get an image, one of these cars, this one's getting closer to Van Buren. So got lots of rain. They're in the rain.
No, not the rain.
Rain's overtaking them. So they're right there. In that, we're seeing this. This is the area that we're talking about, right around Van Buren. Has extended the warning out ahead for next hour till 8 o'clock. That includes Elsmore, and see what communities we got in there. Van Buren, 7:05. That's what we're talking about now. And then Elsinore around 7:25. So for the next 20 minutes, we're looking at a track here from Van Buren to Elsinore with this observed tornado on the ground. So that would be crossing Highway 60 maybe a couple times in that Van Buren area. Then when it gets tracking towards Elsinore, it'll catch back up and catch that loop around some of those mountains or hills there, Ozark mountainy things.
Ozarks. They've also extended the tornado warning, by the way, going back up to Illinois really quickly to include Harrisburg. So they've extended that tornado warning eastwards. I just wanted to put that out there. We don't have to go to it, but I just wanted to. It's radar indicated, that extension.
Okay. And then we got these tornado warnings off that observed one, the Van Buren area, are on this line that extends back to the north towards Chester and Perryville up and through here. So we've got Annapolis, Vanguard. It kind of looks like it's pretty rural out here, but we do have tornado warnings that include these areas as well up until 7:45. So we'll keep an eye on this line. This is all radar indicated. And then this bigger one, or this big guy here, potentially in that Van Buren area, heading towards Eleanor. Let's go back out here and look at, where's the Creole? Clear over here. So they also extended this one to the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll see southern Saline County in Illinois until 8 o'clock at 7:03. Okay, the tornado was located near Creole Springs, or 11 miles southeast of Marion, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated. This one was observed at one point, but now it is radar indicated. We'll keep an eye on it. till 8 o'clock. But Creel Springs area, it's gone through there. We're going to keep watch to see if it may redevelop itself right here as it heads into that new warning box and towards that Carrier Mills area. Right now that is radar indicated, but we have had a history. And you're seeing the velocity scans here. So there is in this Carrier Mills area back here. We'll keep an eye right in this area to see if we get some redefined signature, or maybe another hook developing in there, and potential observed tornado once again. Right now it is stating it's radar indicated.
Yeah, and the one down in Harrisburg, coming up on Harrisburg, Illinois, is also radar indicated. It's no longer observed. There is a little tightening though of the notch there. Wouldn't curious if this thing might just be cycling again. Haven't gotten any reports off that storm. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning just off to the east of that storm for Old Shawneestown and Morganfield, Kentucky. So that warning crosses. That warning might actually be in 3 states. Oh, no, they just kept it out of Indiana. And then the one that was south of Paducah has just been extended to a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. But yeah, so that's what's going on out ahead of the main activity. Some other storms firing up across southwestern Indiana. I'll put up my radar here really quickly. Firing up across southwestern Indiana. We got this new guy here north of Evansville. Way north of Evansville. I guess north of Princeton is what I was trying to say. Special weather statement on that could be coming up on Vincennes and Monroe City here in just a little bit. Right now looks mainly to be hail with that storm. But again, here are there's this guy right here coming up on Harrisburg right now. Again, seems to be a little bit of a tightening up with it, so we'll see if it decides to drop something here in the next few radar scans. But otherwise, all the other activity is back there. We are getting a damage report, trees down in Van Buren. For what that's worth, I'm wondering if we'll start getting some more damage reports as the storm now leaves Van Buren and makes its way towards Elsinore. Again, that's still being tagged as an observed tornado on the ground. I don't know if we've gotten any new pictures from any of those people out there, Chris, or if they still have a cell phone, if they're still in really bad cell coverage. But it does appear, if we just go off the St. Louis radar scan here, which is what you see, it does appear the rotation itself is now is kind of south of Van Buren, maybe. But again, not the best radar coverage here. Let me double check to see if the Paducah office radar has a little bit more of coverage with it. Give me a quick second here to try to load that up. I just want to see if the Paducah office has a kind of a clear shot on it. Let's see here as it loads. Yeah, kind of hard to tell. It looks to be, like I said, it just went right over, pretty much, probably right over Van Buren or very close to it. But it'll now be tracking its way towards Elsinore, maybe staying just north of Elsinore. But that's kind of the latest on that at the moment. So I'll put your radar back up, Chris. But there you go. Fun times.
Yeah, we got a lot going on here. We got lots of tornado warnings that extend on this line of activity that moved through St. Louis. It's now entering into portions of southwestern Illinois, parts that could eventually here going into Kentucky, and back into southeastern Missouri. So the observed ones that we've been talking about are particularly the one in the Van Buren area. We're getting damage reports out of there. The one in the Harrisburg area has weakened from an observed to a radar indicated, but we'll keep an eye on it for some potential redeveloping here as it moves closer to that Harrisburg. Then all these other warnings are on this front line that's now moving through all the way from Salem to Centralia, Nashville, into the Pinckneyville area, Perryville, all these areas out in front. There is a large tornado warning box that goes from St. Genevieve through Nashville and Centralia. So it does look like we've kind of moved through these communities on that front line. Now we're in this 127 area, Centralia. These are all radar indicated. So we're looking at this line of activity that's got heavy rainfall. We've had hail being reported upwards at one point there in that St. Louis area of 2 inches. We're now down to 1 inch on these radar scans. We'll check this one down here. I think it's the same. 1 inch type hail. And again, the winds on these potential is they're moving at 45 miles per hour, and Interstate 64 in Illinois. And we're 1 inch size hail and radar indicated tornadoes. So our winds, could be up there on that front line, gusting anywhere from 60, maybe upwards to 75 miles per hour as that line is moving through these areas. And we're talking, it's really a long line with that tornado warning all the way from Salem back through Centralia and the Pinckneyville area here in southwestern Illinois. So let's go back down here, look at the one in the Van Buren area. We got flood watches in those areas, or flood warnings in those areas for the next couple of hours, two and an hour and a half hours. Heavy rainfall continues in those areas. So any driving on that Highway 60 or 21, there is flash flood warnings in place in those valleys and hills that do cross those areas. So let's take a look at this a little bit, see if these guys have any.
It might be rain wrapped at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, because I was, I don't.
Yeah, there's just too much.
Yeah, it's that's really become a rain wrapped storm. And our guy down around Harrisburg, let's steal the radar really quickly here, doing a little roundup here of our storms further off toward the east. So we watching this storm as it's going to be coming up here on Harrisburg. Now, the rotation aspect of it is right here. And that at the moment appears as though it will be staying south of Harrisburg for the moment. But again, a pretty decent sized storm here. Tornado warning on it, just radar indicated for now, but this storm looks like it dropped at least a tornado earlier on, back when it was further to the east, south of Marion. Looks like it could be trying to cycle back up again. So certainly, really, I'll be keeping an eye on this storm here, and we'll see what it does. Now, right as I was getting ready to say that this guy down here was looking like its rotation was picking back up, they just put a new tornado warning on it. This storm is to the to the east of Paducah, pretty much passing through Calvert City and Gilbertsville. The hail part of it is north of there, obviously, but we're starting to get a little bit of this hook to kind of show back up. And if we flip on the velocities here on the right, you'll see a little bit of a tightening up now occurring north of Possum Trot here. So this will be coming up on the Upper Hodge Landing and maybe over towards Altona. But again, not a strong one here, just radar indicated, but this guy could be trying to maybe cycle back up again here. So a little bit of a hook there. That storm just kind of moseying its way along at about 30 miles an hour to the east here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a quick little track here on this area of rotation, and we're going to take it kind of to the east, northeast here. We'll go ahead and put it about 35 miles an hour to give it a little bit of lead time, but it's going to put it in Calvert City here in about 10, 15 minutes, Gilbertsville in about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll see where it goes from then. Again, new tornado warning on that. Rotation looks like it might be trying to increase a little bit with that storm. Again, just kind of out by itself at the moment, doing its little thing here. As far as this guy is concerned, again, still keep an eye on that. Has some gusty winds, likely a good pocket of hail right here to the west of Harrisburg. That could be trying to clip Harrisburg at the moment. This is a particular dangerous, they're labeling this as a particularly dangerous situation. They have now confirmed again that it is a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 7 miles southwest of Harrisburg. So it's now back up to being observed. Interesting. Let's go ahead and see if we can't see it on the CCs here really quickly. Well, it's a bit tricky to see here. I'm going to back it up here just a little bit and see if maybe we can get kind of a view of it here. I'm going to double check something here on this because the tag that we were just displaying didn't show that it was. So this is really weird, Chris. Hear me out on this. This is really weird. So read the text with this. A large, extremely dangerous tornado was located over Carrier Mills, or 7 miles southwest of Harrisburg, but it's radar indicated. So it's a radar indicated tornado warning, but they're saying it, but there's nothing been observed, at least according to this. Chris, have you seen this before? This one's kind of weird. PDS tornado warning, but it's radar indicated.
Yeah, tornado warning. Large and extremely dangerous tornadoes located at Carrier Mills. Particularly dangerous situation, take cover. Damn it. Yeah, it's saying radar indicated rotation. With no.
I don't see a debris signature.
No.
Maybe maybe this is it right here. Not very strong, but maybe. I mean, I guess I just don't know how we're supposed to treat this. Is it on the ground or is it not on the ground?
Yeah, right.
I don't see. I mean, on my end, I don't see anything that would say it's on the ground. But then again, that's just I mean, maybe that's it right there. I guess we'll have to treat that as it. Not the best signature. That would be over Carrier Mills. As they said, it's going to stay south of Harrisburg. But yeah, that's really weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The radar indicated PDS tornado warning, and they say that there's a large. 3 minutes ago, they said at 7:19 there was a large and extremely dangerous tornado.
So. Like right now, if you're looking at that, Carrier Mills, say it's between Carrier Mills and Harrisburg, you'd be looking at Ledford, Liberty, Doorsville, along that highway or Interstate 65. So again, that is, it says radar observed. So we're kind of debating, if that's on the ground. There is, some, just kind of looking in there, that area to the north of Carrier Mills. And, it looks like it'd be past Carrier Mills a little bit.
Yeah. I mean,
south of Harrisburg.
Well, we thought our problems were going to be solved once we got the Paducah radar up. Yeah,
Hey guys, I'm going to join you here for a second. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Oh, is that our Creel Springs one?
At 7 a.m. and still going strong here after a little bit of a break. But hey, shown on the screen here, is this the location you're looking at right now? Kind of that Lake Egypt?
That would be the one. Yeah, it's the same storm. That was from a little bit ago when it was back further, when it first got the tornado warning on it. So that looks to me like a large tornado, Chris, don't you think?
Yes. Is that the Van Buren one?
No, that's the
That's the
Illinois
Harrisburg one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely see that.
But now we're debating if it's still on the ground. And if it is, it looks like it's just south of US 45. Oh, that's a beauty. Look at that. Wow.
This one was near Goreville, Illinois earlier.
Look at that. That's a beauty.
Lake of Egypt, Illinois.
Wow. That thing looks like a pretty good one too. That looks pretty strong. So all those are Creel Springs. I'm gonna back the radar up on my end. I want to see. That might have been then that I was looking at something that I thought might have been a debris signature. Yeah, I see it on the debris signature now. Back when it was that. But now the question is this thing still on the ground, which we don't. So what you saw there, I'm thinking this right here might have been it. You see it kind of just like that, but then it kind of disappears. And now we don't have, let me line this up here really quickly. Is it that, or was it? Let's see here. That was there. Yeah, so we're just not sure if it's still on the ground or not. It was on the ground.
I'm not finding anything, but I can tell you that supercell that you're looking at earlier, that's near Calvert City, Kentucky right now.
Yes.
Reports are that there is a funnel cloud that is close to dropping at any second.
All righty then. So it's this guy down here. A little bit of faint rotation with it there. There's a little hook. Definitely, yeah, this one popped up around the same time as that other one, is the one up further to the north. We also have a brand new tornado warning. It's going to include Morganfield. It's going to be radar indicated, but right, little notch right there. That's going to be coming up on Morganfield here. Let me go ahead and just get the speed on it, about 30 miles an hour. We'll track it up to the east like that. We'll go ahead and put it at 35, give it just a smidge here of some lead time. We'll be coming up on Morganfield in about a half hour, maybe a little bit less than that. That is that tornado warning. And a brand new tornado warning was literally just issued. And there it is. And also, while we're on the topic, I'm looking at this storm down here. We'll see maybe if this gets a warning as well. It looks like a lot of the activity now really kind of continuing to fire up here. This looks like, Chris, that might be it right there. That tornado's still on the ground south of Harrisburg. There it is. It's going to stay south of Harrisburg, kind of track its way a bit to the northeast, though, probably staying just north of Mitchellsville. But if that tornado's still on the ground, that's where it is at the moment, right in this area. That was a pretty good video that we had. The problem that we're having, Michael, is that this is a PDS tornado warning saying that a large tornado is on the ground, but it's radar indicated at this time. So I don't really ever recall seeing that before, where there's a PDS tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. It's a little weird in that. So that's what Chris and I have been trying to figure out: is this thing still on the ground?
Yeah, that is really weird. You don't see that very often. But as we saw, you did see some pictures of an actual tornado before that. So I'm wondering if they just maybe hadn't received any reports recently to confirm that it was still on the ground or not. But yeah, kind of what was a dangerous situation. Maybe we're just getting some communication out, really not knowing exactly if it was still on the ground or not.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Michael, is that based on those pictures that you showed, that did not, because Chris and I were looking at that on the radar. Chris, that did not look like it was that strong on the radar. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, that was large tornado, and we were never really, well, at one point, maybe that Creel Springs area, I don't know if you remember back then, it did have kind of down there a little by itself, kind of getting south. So that's probably, I don't know if you remember that. Little notch. It was
we saw it on the reflectivity.
Yeah.
But the velocity did not
show
it
never
at all.
really showed on the velocity. Yeah.
Let me see here. So this is what it was, Michael. Here you can see it right here. So this was a little bit ago. This was about 7 o'clock. Yeah. So it was on the reflectivity pretty good. I mean, it certainly looked like there was something there. And then, the Paducah radar would have had it closer. So let me pull up the Paducah radar because that's the one that we were looking at too. Let me see if I can back this up just a little bit here. Give me a quick second while we wait for that to go. Come on, there we go. So Michael, there it was when it was over Creel's, right before Creel Springs. So we saw it fire up, and I mean, it looked pretty good. If we actually went back a little bit, you'd see it had a little ball with it. But look at the velocities, never showed really much at all. It was really kind of weird. Based on that video that you showed, that was a pretty decent sized tornado. And then, there appears to maybe be something faint there still. And now it's back to radar indicated, no longer PDS. That was kind of weird. That was a weird that was a weird warning.
Yeah, that was a weird one. But it looks like the wind speed of that.
This Morgansville one.
Have you seen the wind speed on that?
I mean, there was hardly anything on the SRM about it. I didn't check to see. Maybe later this evening I'll go back and see if I can't see something higher up. Maybe it had a pretty good higher up scan. That Morganfield one, the tornado warning is still in effect there. It's still radar indicated, but it does look like it might be trying to get itself pretty organized here. As we talked about, probably about 25 minutes or so before it reaches Morganfield at this point. There's the rotation. Here's the latest reflectivity scan. Let's see what the velocity scan here has.
Another one pop up in front of it.
Another what?
Oh, out in front of it, there's another.
Yeah, that one too. I'm curious. Oh, you're right. They just put the warning up. Well, that's the one I was mentioning earlier to keep an eye on. There it is.
Velocities, you can see them on both of those. It's starting to, then back ends are starting to,
Absolutely. So what Chris and I are looking at here, so we're looking at on the reflectivity this one, and we're looking at this area right here. So two little hooks there, and on the velocity, you can see them right there. So two little lone storms here in northern Kentucky. Looks like Uniontown's going to be staying out of it for right now, but Morganfield, based on the way this thing's going, we're kind of tracking this thing as it's moving kind of northeasterly. So again, last time it was about a half hour, so now it's probably about 25 minutes, maybe a little bit less coming into Morganfield here. So that really does bear watching. And then we'll see what this guy develops. I'm really curious as to what this guy's going to develop into, though, as it comes up to I-69. This guy down here near Paducah, it is.
On that one, Timmy, I can just tell you, I just read a report here. I just lost it. It looks like a tornado possibly on the ground there on that storm east of Paducah.
Is it going to be Calvert City or is it south of Smithland? Because there kind of looks to be two pockets of rotation. Anything on my end here?
Checking on that one.
Because I could see it being this one. But it does look like there's a little something maybe trying to get itself going here past Calvert City. Another tornado warning. Wait, no, the same one. Oh, no, they've extended the tornado warning.
Ledbetter, Kentucky.
I'm sorry?
Is there a tornado warning just east of Ledbetter, Kentucky?
Ledbetter, yeah. Just kidding. Yeah, right here. Because Ledbetter is right here.
There it is.
So, and then there's
so
this part.
And then a tornado on the ground northwest of Calvert City, Kentucky. Is that one or the other one?
Yep. Yeah, this is northwest. So yeah,
a possible tornado. Maybe that's we're starting to look at a debris ball type situation there.
Yeah, certainly. Interesting. It's outside the tornado warning, so I wonder if they're going to pull that tornado warning up. This guy here, I'll tell you too, is starting to look again. The one coming up on Morgan Field too, starting to get a little bit better organized. We're also seeing again south of Harrisburg, 1-inch hail there. New scan here coming up. Let's see. This, like I said, this might be it if it's still on the ground, or at least this is where that rotation is. I want to see what the new velocity scan is going to have on it. But I tell you what, I really got some interest here in this, one that's going to be coming up on Morgan Field. That see if that thing tries to cycle here. Obviously, that environment from Creel Springs really did show that this thing is the atmosphere here is pretty good for it. So let's see here. Okay, here's the new velocity scan. Boy, tricky to tell. But it would probably be about right in this area. Right there. So that's where the rotation is still of the storm. They have extended the warning now into Equality and Junction, as well as Shawneetown. And then we have our Morgan Field 1 that's be coming up on Morgan Field here. Looks like it, intensifying a little bit. And then we have this guy back here. All these radar indicate at the moment, but that might change. And now here is the brand new tornado warning, Michael, that you were telling us about. There it is. There's that little tornado. Right there.
Yep.
Smithfield.
Does that show to be an observed tornado?
Yeah.
Radar indicated at the moment, but if it's on the ground, it's probably not big at the moment. But
isn't that the one, Michael? You said was observed.
No, it said possibly on the ground.
Possibly.
That's what the report said. Yep. And I'm watching. And Timmy, I woke up at 7 a.m. this morning to cover the possible weather at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indy 500. So nearly 400,000 fan attendance. And they did have about a 4-hour delay as a severe thunderstorm did go through there with that. And then, and so about 400,000 fans are leaving that area right now. And so several of them are going to be heading, west on I-70 towards the St. Louis area, and some south, on I-65 and I-69 into the Kentucky area. So they're going to be driving, right into this. So you're talking, quite a bit of traffic heading those two directions, leaving the track there. And then I'm also watching out to the east there, Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the NASCAR race is happening tonight. And there's a line of thunderstorms that is heading their way. It should be there within the next 30 to 50 minutes in the Charlotte Motor Speedway area. So about another 80,000 fans there at the track. out in the elements there. So watching a couple things there, from the races going on tonight, as you guys focus here on the tornado warnings.
We also got a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for the same area that we were just looking at north of Goraville, heading towards Creel Springs. Brand new tornado warning there. Radar indicated, but we can see this starting to get a little bit of a signature here. Not an overly strong one, but and I'll tell you what, these storms all start taking the same path. Might be a little bit of a flash flooding concern popping up down around this area. But yeah, there's the brand new tornado warning, Creel Springs. Our Morganfield one, taking a look at that. Still trying to get itself together a little bit here, but it looks like it might be getting ready to. And then we have our good friend back here, still seeing some rotation there, not quite as strong. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, that tornado warning has been extended into Equality and Junction and Shawneetown. This is the same storm that produced that tornado that Michael was showing us video of a little bit ago back in Creel Springs, which is a pretty decent looking tornado based on what we saw. Chris, I'll put your radar back up. What you got?
Okay, I'm sitting here in that same area you were. Go back down to the one that was on the ground in Van Buren. We still got a tornado warning on that. It's now radar indicated and moving through that Elsnore area. Again, this has dropped down to a radar indicated, but at one point, this was that large tornado that was on the ground. It was pretty much rain wrapped, and we were trying to take a picture of it, but at 7:26, the severe thunderstorm producing a tornado is located over Hunter, or 11 miles southeast of Van Buren, moving east at 40. And now it's a radar indicated, and that one would be in the Elsnore area, Brush Arbor, around 7:30. It's already moved through there, so we're Williamsville and Hendrickson here at 7:40 and 7:45. So again, this one does have a tornado warning on it as it's moving down Highway 60 and through 21 there. There is flash flooding in that area. We've got a large area of flash flood warning. So this has been, this cell's been down there quite a while. We've been watching that. Had a large tornado at one point. Now it's radar indicated, but there is a lot of rain in those hilly areas. And if there's any crossing the waterways on these highways 21 and 60, please take precautions. Do not go through that. So that's kind of the wrap up on that one that we were watching kind of all by itself down there here over the last however long I've been on here. We've been kind of talking about that one for a hour and 40 minutes or so. And now kind of looking at this one in the Smithfield area, it does look like it's not, developed quite that much. Let's see, we've got.
There was a report of a small little rope tornado with that one just south of Smithland. That's the only report I've seen. So yeah, there's a small little rope tornado. If that was like 5 minutes ago, so I don't even know if it's still on the ground.
Yeah, so if you kind of look at look where that first starts on that loop, right south of Smithfield there, kind of can see that. It's a little area right there. That's probably what we're talking about. So now it's lifted up to the north and east. It's probably weakened enough where we don't have that. But again, there is a tornado warning in effect for those areas in that Smithfield. And zoom in here, 70 to some small areas. Can't even read that community there. Heater and Tourline or Two-Line, whatever. So that area, then again, our line 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row there. Like Timmy said, they're kind of training along that area. Definitely we'll probably see some flash flooding like we have seen down to the south and the west. We got these flash flooding all along this big line of activity from that Van Buren northeastward, heading into the Boot Hill areas of Missouri. So there's some flooding and a line of storms that producing a lot of rainfall. Looks like that tornado warning has been lengthened to include Williamsville, Elsnore area. Still radar indicated. No, it's 16 minutes.
Wow. Certainly lighten up down.
Yeah.
It's certainly lighten up further east, further east now.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to show you on the screen here. With this.
Oh, yeah. What's this thing?
Right here.
Yeah, that's not an EF0. That is a wow. Look at that. So that was Carrier Mills, huh? So wow, yeah, that was boy, the text on that was really weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
if that's Carrier Mills, that's the one that we were.
so I hit a power line.
Yeah, well, that's not an EF0. That should have been stronger on the radar, and I don't know why it wasn't coming up on the velocities. That's really weird. That's a beauty. Look at that thing. That was a beauty. But it doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore. Well, then again, it didn't look like it was on the ground at first.
Yeah,
That was a weird one.
So now that would be in the equality area.
Yeah.
Kind of this one back here, this warning back to the south and west of Maryville, Carbondale, starting to look like it might kind of repeat the same as those others and develop a little bit of signature there in that.
No, they didn't put a warning on that. Yeah.
So they just kind of keep lining up here. We've got 1, 2, 3, kind of a break here in that Harrisburg area, then another one redeveloping that Creel Springs area, and then another storm back behind that one. So we're continuing to see this line develop from Morganville through Harrisburg back to Creel Springs again, and Marion. So that is a long line right there.
That Morganfield. The Morganfield one is looks like it's trying to get organized here. Again, it's just to the east of Morganfield. Sorry, I stole the radar really quickly, Chris. There, I just wanted to show it really fast.
Okay.
Again, we're tracking it here. It's still being radar indicated, but nothing on the ground, at least being reported yet. But it looks like it might be trying to get organized here. About 15 minutes arrival time here, with that rotation at least. In Morganfield. I'll put your radar back up, Chris. Sorry about that.
Now the flash flood warnings have popped up all across there. So we were kind of talking about that rain. These storms have been training in this area. So you'll see in the flash flood warnings for the next 5 hours have popped up in these areas. So again, we'll watch these areas of potential rotation. This one on Morgansville, like Timmy said, it is definitely starting to show some signature there on the velocity or on the reflectivity. So here's our velocity scan. Past O'Shaughnessy's town, but now heading towards that Morganfield area, is starting to see some rotation here on our radar scans.
Yeah, and not only that too, but on a side note, they have extended the Trento warning for that one down to the south. still radar indicated, but I did want to point out they literally just extended it. It's the one south of Paducah or east of Paducah.
So that now would have Eddyville and Princeton in that extended warning box on that cell that has been down there to the south of, or now to the east and of Paducah and the Eddyville and Grand Rivers area, Princeton.
I'm just looking on my end for any reports or observations or anything here. I guess I'm looking at
it. Kind of cool looking at this, looking at these this lineup of them.
It is cool.
Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. All the way.
Fun times, huh? That would be
There's a lot of rain there.
Boy.
What these are saying.
Well, that Morganfield one though might still have a pretty good I think that one's still kind of rain free. At least on where the rotation is. Tell you what, like I said, that one's. I'm really, like I said, that one I'm really curious about here. What this one's going to try doing. It looks pretty good on both the Paducah and Evansville radar.
Which one's that? The Morganfield,
yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, any found anything yet? What does the old Twitter say? Oh, neutrino warning. Neutrino warning, in effect, this is going to be south of Effingham. They just put a neutrino warning there on that. Let me see here. Yeah, there's a little notch there. Yeah, a little notch there. It's on that leading edge. There's a little kind of spin up thing.
Still radar indicated. We'll see what this one does in 9 minutes here. But
that one may have had a little spin up with it. The one that new warning that was up there for Clay City. That one may have had a little spin up with it, but it's hard to tell. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 active areas. Neutrino warning up for Morganfield. That storm, they've extended a Trino warning. It's still radar indicated, but they have extended that Trino warning. You can see it right here. It does include Morganfield. It's just kind of an extension. It also includes Waverly, St. Vincent, Jonesburg, King Mills. It goes all the way to Corydon. So, new Trino, same storm, just extension of the Trino warning. Still haven't seen anything on the ground yet with it, but watching it very, very closely. We'll see if it tries to tighten up.
Yeah, it would be right in the, 10 minutes or so, right in that Morganville area, or Morganfield.
Yeah, and it's fixing to go right over Morganfield. So if it does try dropping something, that's probably going to go right over Morganfield. So definitely need to watch that closely. This guy down here is still looking pretty good. And then, how are we doing back over here with these two guys? Doesn't look quite as good, but still looks decent.
Okay.
Now we wait. That southern one too here. I don't have it up on. Oh, I'll put your radar up, Chris. But that southern one, the one down in south of Paducah, or sorry, east of Paducah, past Calvert City, that one looks like it might be trying to do a little bit of an uptick here.
So we're looking in this Eddyville area on that. It does have a warning on there for another 20 minutes. .47, severe thunderstorm in the Eddyville area, moving northeast at 35. Radar indicated tornado, showing rotation on radar. Catawba and Fredonia would be in the track of that one. So we're looking at this area right around Eddyville to the east of Paducah.
Paducah.
And then Morganville, anything happening there?
Morganfield, no, still watching that one very carefully. I mean, it's at that. It's kind of like one of those moments where it wants to. It really wants to. I'm just concerned because it can't get that inflow clear right now. This is a little bit of light rain where the inflow would be.
Those severe thunderstorm warnings, were they all in behind there like that? I think for some reason, now we got flooding's popping up there too. Now we're seeing lots of flooding on the map.
Well, these storms are training, so that doesn't surprise me. I mean, these guys got some really good precipitation rates too. I mean, you can see we just kind of got that line, that line to kind of form. Yeah, that you have right up there, and I mean they're just kind of training over each other. So yeah, flash flooding. That's that. Yeah, and then my guess is that that flash flooding might track a bit east, so I wouldn't be surprised if places around Henderson get in on a flash flood warning, with the arrival of this kind of train of supercell thunderstorms. It would only seem kind of fitting. Which, depending upon what radar you're looking at, we're fortunate we got two options for the radar. But, the Roberts one looking like it's trying to get pretty decent organized. It's got a decent hook with it. And the Morganfield one, it really wants to, but the problem is the inflow is a little blocked right now by some light rain. So, I don't know if, that, and it's coming right up on Morganfield here. Like I said, it's going to pass literally right over Morganfield. But again, it doesn't look like there's anything on the ground at the moment. Certainly rotation's still within that storm. As for our other guy, Creole Springs, it's got a little bit of a notch to it. Hard to tell if there's anything on the ground with that, but it does have a little bit of rotation with it. Obviously not quite as well. We don't know. I mean, that other one didn't appear overly strong on the radar, which, that was really weird.
Yeah, those pictures are much larger than what we were thinking or discussing there.
Yeah, that was a tornado. That wasn't your little spin up there or your little leaf tornado. That was a straight up tornado. Really quickly, I'm going to steal the radar here from you, Chris. I'm going to put it up mine here. So we're looking down near Eddyville here. This is the storm that we were watching as it was going over Calvert City. Looks like a little bit of a notch here north, going right over Eddyville here. A little bit of a hook there. It has gotten a little bit better organized over the past few radar scans, so it might be cycling back up. Again, this is still radar indicated. It doesn't appear at the moment. Let me just double check here with our CCs here. There might be something on the ground with this thing. We'll wait another scan here. There certainly is a couplet there. There certainly is a little bit of a hook. If there's something on the ground, it's going to be right about here, which kind of lines up with what we're seeing here. So there may be another tornado on the ground, maybe just going to be passing just north here of Eddyville. But still, Eddyville, I would definitely take those precautions now. This thing is not too far away from you. It'll be passing either right over you or just slightly to your north. But again, that might be a little bit of a debris signature right there. Again, mind you, this is a little bit. This scan was 2 minutes behind this one, or 2 minutes before this one. We're getting a new scan here. Let's take a look here. It's now moved a bit more to the east now. I don't think we have that. It doesn't. I don't know. I mean, it's. We'll keep an eye on it. There may be something on the ground, or it might be at least a little funnel cloud there. Still radar indicated though, but I mean that's looking pretty good. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, Timmy, I'm going to jump in there. Yeah, there's a lot of chatter here that I'm looking at here online about that storm right here, and nothing's confirmed right now of anything. But a lot of people are saying the exact same thing you are here. This does not look good.
Yeah, it's pretty decent looking notch there, and not only that, but I just want to take a peek back up in Morganfield and that one in Roberts. Man, it's the one down here looks pretty good. South of Niagara, south of Roberts, coming right up on Sabri here. Gonna be passing over I-69. That one's got a pretty decent signature. Unfortunately, the Morganfield one doesn't look like it. I don't know. It looks like the inflow just has gotten a little bit blocked there, so it doesn't appear there would be anything at the moment imminent with that, but still bears some watching, certainly. But yeah, this one near Roberts also really started to display a pretty good, really good hook signature here. Velocities have picked up a little bit with that. So that might be getting ready to produce a tornado too. And in fact, actually, so this is the Evansville radar that we're on. And if we go down to the south here, you can see a higher scan from the Evansville radar intersecting that storm near Eddyville. And that's a pretty decent rotation it's picking up there. Maybe even a little bit of a bounded echo region. What do you think? Looks like a little one right there. Again, that was with the Evansville radar, so it was a higher scan. If we look a little closer down to the surface, we still see that rotation. We still see that hook signature there. Again, passing grazing Eddyville here. Probably, might try to pass over Fairview. We'll see here. But either way, kind of right up on the north side here of US 62. And like I said, this thing's been looking better. Yeah. There is a signature that might be it. It's really tricky to tell at the moment, but
yeah, trying to find some live cameras for you in that area, but unfortunately, they're figured off I-69. There'd be some traffic cameras or whatnot we could take a look at, but they're all temporarily out right now in that area.
Are you kidding? Why would they be out? Who would do such a thing? There was a report coming in from a spotter of a tornado on the ground. This would have been about 8 minutes ago. It does kind of line up. It would have been right over Katawa. So back over here.
Here you go, Timmy, real quick. Here are the cameras in the Eddyville, Kentucky area.
You're kidding. Why do they gotta do that? They're the worst time. The one time, Eddyville, that we were gonna look at your camera and they're down. Oh, look at that. The next scan here. That's certainly tight. That might be right there. So again, pretty much right over US 641, kind of tracking east northeasterly. So that's going to put it right at the junction, maybe just a little bit north of that bend that curves to the east of I-69 here, and about probably the next radar scan or two. But that certainly is tightening up here a little bit. Do we have a little signature? That might be it. It's still radar indicated at the moment, but that is certainly starting to tighten up just a little bit here. Unfortunately, this same cannot be said for this the Morganfield one. It just doesn't look like it has had the best time. They have extended the tornado warning, by the way, for the Roberts storm. That hook looks really good on reflectivity. The moment velocity still not showing a tight thing, but I mean, that's a hook.
Yeah, getting reports now. I don't have anything confirmed as far as any pictures or video right now, but several people on Twitter are saying a tornado on the ground just west of Eddyville.
Yeah, I believe it with those types of returns, absolutely. So you said just east of Eddyville. There's Eddyville.
What?
This is the new scan coming in here.
Now, yes.
Yeah, so that's and let's see here. This thing is. Well, let's see what the velocity scan is here, but it's now observed. Michael, it's observed.
Confirmed tornado. Yes, confirmed tornado.
Moving at about 30 miles an hour. So we'll put the little time tracker on it here. We'll simplify it here. There it is. Tracking it. Track it like this. We'll give it 35 miles an hour. Give it a little bit of lead time. It's going to put it over Kreider in about 8 to 10 minutes. Crown Town about 14 minutes. For now, it looks like it'll stay north of Princeton, but we'll be coming up on White Sulphur probably too in about the next 15 minutes or so. So this is an observed tornado. We've been watching it, and it's looking pretty good here. Let's see. There it is. That's its debris signature right there. To me, that's what that it looks like. Right here is what we're looking at. A little drop off in the correlation there. So again, this guy making its way kind of like this. So again, that's going to put it, like I said, in White Sulphur, Kreider, maybe Crown Town, depending upon how it tracks here in about the next 15 minutes or so. It does not appear that it'll be reaching Princeton. I think it's probably going to stay a little bit north of Princeton.
Yeah, it looks like it's got to be a pretty strong tornado in what we're seeing here on the radar.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's got to be the new CC image here. That might be still it. Let me double check here. Let's take a look at our good friend here, the reflectivity. Let's see how we're looking. Oh yeah, look at that, Chris, and Michael. Look at that on the reflectivity.
Yeah, I'm trying to find you video and pictures of this. Nothing so far, but stand by. We'll get something.
Yeah, it's going to be coming right up on Kreider and White Sulphur here in the next probably about 10, 15 minutes or so. It's tightening up pretty good. Just north there of I-69 I-69.
So definitely very dangerous situation there. So those in the path of this tornado here really need to take shelter immediately. There's no time to waste.
And a clear view it would be, too. I'm surprised there are a few spotters on it now. Obviously, most of the... and on a side note, while we're on it, the activity further back to the west that we were watching in Missouri has really consolidated into a line. So that supercell is kind of done. The supercells are kind of done with now across Missouri, but still the probability of some spin-up tornadoes all along that line. Now everything that we're watching is down here, including currently our current star here of this episode is now this little guy. Latest reflectivity scan showing that debris ball really kind of picking up a bit more here on the reflectivity, waiting for the new velocity scan, but it's looking pretty good. And that's coming right up on Kreider in about the next few minutes here. Chris, how's Kansas? I guess he can't hear.
I think he muted himself. I think he just got an updated warning there.
Yeah. Kansas is warm.
PDS tornado warning now on that storm coming out of Eddyville. That warning will include Princeton, but for now it looks like it'll be staying north of Princeton. But coming right up on Kreider here, White Sulphur, looking maybe a little bit downstream, Farmersville. We'll see exactly how it tracks, but PDS tornado warning in effect, and that will include Princeton.
Well, I definitely am curious to see what kind of pictures we get out of that, because that is, that Creel Springs one. This is, definitely showing that stronger.
Yeah, I mean it's. I mean, if the Creelville, that one was any indication of what the atmosphere is capable of. And this one looks better than that one did on the radar. And so they're saying it's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And based on what we're seeing, I believe it. I certainly believe that. And while we're at it, how are we doing up here? Those are still radar indicated over now east of Roberts. Tornado emergency now in effect. Here we go. Tornado emergency, particularly dangerous situation. This is apparently now a very large tornado. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Eddyville, moving east at 15 miles an hour. This is law enforcement has confirmed it. This is, like I said, now a tornado emergency. And it's going to include Kreider. It's going to include Crowntown. It does not include Princeton right now. But, again, this is, this thing is certainly really intensified. This is it here. This is his debris signature. You can see it right there. Certainly looks pretty big to me. I'm looking at it here also on my end. And I want to see if this debris signature, how high, if this thing goes up high. And yes, it does. This thing actually, the debris signature on this guy goes up all the way to at least the high tilt there. So Typically, when we start seeing that, it's a good indication that this is a strong, strong tornado, and that's exactly what this is looking like based on what we're seeing here. So again, tornado emergency in effect. That's going to be White Sulphur, Crowtown, White Sulphur, and Crider. They're all included in that tornado emergency. Princeton is included in the PDS tornado warning, but it is not in that tornado emergency. But again, tornado emergency for Crider.
Yeah, that's barreling down on that Crider and White Sulphur area.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to pull up some information here about Crider. See what kind of let's see here. Crider. Whoops. Unincorporated community. It was named after the Crider family from Virginia. That's who settled it. All right. Wow, look at that thing, Chris. Look at that, Michael.
That is tightening and getting bigger.
That is in for business, and that is going to be right up on Crider here in the next radar scan. My goodness, yes, that is wow. That is, and yeah, it's still coming up high on the higher scans. A large stovepipe tornado coming in from Spotter Network there. So it's a large stovepipe tornado. So not your EF0. That I guess we can sufficiently say. And that is really coming up clear here on all of the radar scans. That is coming up very, very clear.
Yeah, I've got some video here. Let me. Share my screen.
Let's see it.
It's dark.
So this
Is there a way you can make that bigger, Michael? I think.
So yeah, this is looks like the start of it there over at Eddyville.
Wow. All right. Yeah, that is that. And what we're seeing here on the radar scan, this is a really that is a big tornado. I mean, obviously, we can't really say much about it. Just curious here how that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that is so next radar scan will be right over Crider. We'll keep an eye out for a White Sulphur here. Looks like it might just end up passing just north of White Sulphur, but I mean it'll be such a close pass it might as well, say it's going to be pretty much right over White Sulphur too. Again, still looks like it'll be staying north of Princeton at this time. The other true tornado warnings are still up in effect for Morganfield and the Roberts area, but obviously this is kind of the big guy that we have right now. Classic looking supercell, and boy, this thing really intensified pretty quickly, didn't it, Chris? I mean, we were watching it. This is the one that popped up around Paducah, then kind of looked a little scraggly for a while, made its way to Calvert City, where it might have had a little funnel cloud there, and then it really intensified right when it was making its way over Eddyville. So again, we got our our updraft here, rain-free in base there, and then it's getting that inflow. It's getting pulled into that updraft. It's also helping to pull down some of this rain, so that gives that little hook feature right there. Man, that thing is looking pretty good, and it's pretty much right over Kreider now, or will be here in just a moment or two. Yeah. Same thing for White Sulphur. Looks like it's going to be impacting both of those two towns. Again, still waiting for some reports here. Again, the last one that we had was that it was a stovepipe tornado. That was about 5 minutes ago. Stovepipe tornado. Again, those tend to be normally your EF2s, your EF3s, but obviously tornado intensities. We've seen stronger tornadoes that have been narrow. So, but yeah, tornado emergency remains in effect here again for Kreider and White Sulphur. Again, this is going to stay north of Princeton. At this point, there's no indication that this thing is going to drop southwards. So Princeton kind of out of it. Oh, there we go. That was when it was moving past Eddyville, huh? Look at that. That is a good-sized tornado. We got a new tornado report coming in. Tornado ongoing at this time. That is from Train Spotter. Yeah. It looks like that spotter is right behind it in this situation. Tornado is ongoing there.
Just to kind of give you an update on the stuff up to the north, we are still got tornado warnings for 10 minutes in that Morganfield, Corydon area, and then also one that's to the east of Roberts heading towards Owensboro for around 20 minutes. So a lot of these cells have lost the warnings and the tornadic boxes on them, and now there are severe thunderstorm warnings and flooding on that line from Harrisburg to that box or tornado warning in Morganfield. But again, we're kind of seeing that turning into mostly rain and a large line of it that extends all the way back, into the Carbondale area and back to the south and west there. So there is a tornado warning that has popped up to the north in the Princeton area and Mount Carmel. Is that in it? Mount Carmel? Read that one here. We got tornado warning for Wabash County in southeastern Illinois, Edwards County and Edwards County, Gibson County and western Pike County in southwestern Indiana. So we've got at 8:20 a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. At straight line wind damage. We're along the line from Parkersburg, 8 miles northwest of Crossville, moving east at 65 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated rotation, but we do got some strong straight line winds and a tornado warning that does include areas in Illinois and Indiana, Mount Carmel, Princeton, and Oakland City areas. You can kind of see that line moving in there in that West Salem, Salem Gap, and Albion. It's moving at 65 mile an hour. And main threat there is straight line winds and some pop-up tornadic activity along that gust line as it moves through.
There's also a new tornado warning that was issued along that line a bit further down to the south near Goreville, south of Creel Springs. It's as that line is moving through, there's a little knob that kind of popped up there. They just put a tornado warning on that too. Radar indicated, but based on what we've seen today.
Let's see what we got for hail size.
Yeah, still searching for new videos and pictures and so forth of the storms that we're taking a look at, especially there just east of Eddyville, that we've been following that, where debris is being lofted over 30,000 feet in the air, according to radar. With that there. And so continue to look there. I'm also updating Indiana weather with a new tornado warning in the Princeton area. And so a lot going on tonight, fellas.
Yeah,
Yes,
this
it is.
large area of line of thunderstorms here. Pretty much, flood warnings all along that training line. And then we got the straight line winds up in Indiana, and then the tornado warnings down there in the east of Paducah is that tornado emergency. It's the big one.
Yeah, and going back to that tornado emergency here, I'm going to pop up my screen here. So the tornado is about to leave. It's about it's getting close to the edge of that tornado emergency. It'll be interesting to see if they extend that tornado emergency eastwards. But right now, it looks like Farmersville is going to be just to the north of it. Does not look like at the moment that this is fixing to track up towards Farmersville. Again, it's been kind of moving generally easterly with a slight northerly component. So it looks like it'll be staying just to the south of Farmersville. We'll see here, though, what they do if they might not extend the tornado emergency because it's somewhat still. I mean, obviously it's a little bit ruralish. Still around this area, but then again, they issued it when it was rural anyway, so it'll be interesting to see if they extend that tornado emergency. But regardless, tornado warning has been extended, PDS tornado warning, and that's going to be going downstream towards Nortonville, Charleston, places along I-69. Now, again, the storm is still not even out of its original tornado warning at the moment here, but this is a downstream tornado warning, and for right now, that is also a PDS tornado warning in the anticipation that this could very well be a long track tornado. We're getting debris lofted, as Michael said, 30,000 feet up there. I see that here on the higher level scans on my end. We're just looking here solely at the reflectivity. This is it right here. That's the tornado. Not all of this is the tornado, but it's in there, and this is some of the debris that it's picking up. It's still got a very clear inflow at the moment here, and so it'll be interesting to see here how this guy tracks. But again, it looks like it's just about ready to exit out of the tornado emergency. So that tornado emergency will be expired here. It'll be interesting, though, if they extend it or if they issue a new one. But either way, the new tornado warning, again, that has been issued downstream is also a PDS tornado warning. And really right now, that appears to be our only PDS tornado warning of the group. It really is just kind of a lone supercell all by itself. And that's good news if you're a supercell. There really isn't anything else going on further down to its south. Hopkinsville, pretty quiet, 75 degrees there, with a dew point of also 75. Oak Grove, 79, dew point of 71. And looking downstream ahead of the supercell, dew points in the upper 60s with temperatures in the lower 70s. So that being said, obviously it is starting to get dark around this area, so it'll be interesting to see, if the supercell is able to, just continue on. I mean, we've seen with strong supercells, they don't necessarily always care if it gets dark. As long as the conditions are there for it, they can kind of overcome a little bit of that loss of, surface heating. I am going to track this thing right now. Again, mind you, folks, this is going to be kind of a big track. It's pending that this thing stays on the ground and that it continues in its current location. But we could be seeing it maybe up around the Madisonville area in the next 45 or 50 minutes or so. But again, that's pending this thing stays on the ground all the way till then and continues on its track. But just to put that out there for you, places like St. Charles, about 35 minutes. Charleston, about 25 minutes. So, again, this thing is still on the ground. A very strong tornado. How strong, we don't know, but good indication that this is not your little weak tornado. Based on some of the pictures that we've seen, this is, potentially a very good-sized tornado here. And there it is right there. Right now, don't forget, ahead of that too, looking like there is going to be the probability of some hail going right over Needmore right now, and probably a little bit of hail happening, getting ready to maybe make its way into the Charleston area. Latest radar scan showing this thing is still likely on the ground. A little bit of a ball there. Yeah, that's about that. Inflow still seems pretty clear. There's a little bit of light rain here. We'll see here what this is gonna. At least this, given the intensity of this, shouldn't affect it too much at the moment. But we'll see what happens. That downwind of it. But absolutely, I would say, Chris, this, at least on radar, this is the strongest one we've seen all day today. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly how strong it is, but just based on the radar, Chris, this looks to be our best one we've seen on the radar today.
Yeah, that one really wrapped up there, last hour or so, and then it really showed signature. So it's definitely, that one in the Creelville area that, it was brief there for a second, but this one here has been pretty solid for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and that debris is still showing up on the high-level scans. In fact, I'm looking at it on the Evansville radar. So in this one, we have the Paducah radar up. So I'm looking at the next radar site a little bit further away, and I have the high scan on it, and it is still showing that debris from the Evansville radar on the high tilt. Very, very impressive storm there. I'm sorry, the Hopkinsville radar is what you see here. Debris still popping up there. So that's from GRLX radar. That's a great program. I've always loved working with that one, and that one has a 3-dimensional scan there, which is what Michael is showing, and you can see that debris there, that big blue line that you see there, kind of at the bottom of that scan. That's the debris being lofted up into, it's in the updraft of that thunderstorm there. So that's a 3-dimensional scan from, I'm assuming that's GRL X radar. It's a great program. We probably should get it too. Brand new tornado emergency being issued on this storm is an extension of the original tornado emergency. You can see it flashing right here. This thing is still on the ground. This is a tornado emergency, large tornado on the ground. This is going to be for eastern Caldwell County. No, not really many towns here, but still populated. It's not really many towns here, but when you get down to this, those windy roads, still a population here. Confirmed large destructive tornado was observed near Farmersville or near Princeton, moving east at about 30 miles an hour, and so that tornado emergency has been extended all the way to the county line. My guess here is that this thing continues. Charleston might be under the next tornado emergency if this thing does continue, but at the moment, it does not show any signs that it wants to stop. So very powerful, very, very, very powerful storm here. I'm looking for any reports on my end here. I haven't seen. There is one, on the ground here, but like I said, I haven't seen any new reports from it. Again, it is dark there now, so I think as far as the observations are concerned, we might not see. We might not really be getting many reports now at this point from spotters. I don't really think there's going to be a good view of it as it gets dark, and given this thing's intensity too. But certainly, we're looking downstream here. Charleston, Isley. I mean, those two communities in particular here, we'll have to see. But boy, it is a heck of a storm here. Michael, have you found anything on your end?
Nothing new. We're seeing that debris, still being lofted 35,000 feet into the air with that storm there. So it's still ongoing, and you can see that there with the debris ball. That's showing there on radar. So other than that, no pictures, no videos right now. Like you said, It's kind of in that rural area, but it's also, getting dark out. And so if there was anybody that was on the storm, it gets a lot more dangerous here.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking on my ends here. It does look like the few storm spotters there are, are a bit far away from it at the moment. We'll see here as it comes up on the. I think there's a couple down. I mean, but look at the signature here. I mean, that is boy. That thing is certainly. This thing means business. The storm means business, and look at that. It's all by itself. I mean, there's nothing really at the moment to interfere with that. I mean, and like I said, looking at conditions up near Madisonville, dew point 70 degrees, winds coming in from the south, temperature 74. So, yeah, wow, look at this. That is a scan.
Yeah, I mean that's tightened up even more.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, this is on the velocities. And not only that, but let's see on the CCs here. There's the debris signature. I mean, this thing is look at that debris signature there, Chris. Now again, this doesn't really tell us much about the size of the tornado, but that is a 2 mile wide debris signature. Again, not saying the tornado is 2 miles wide, but
possibly.
I mean, it certainly is it is a strong tornado. Though I will say here,
fortunate thing is it's not down on the highway. It's close, but no big. Hasn't been any bigger population places.
Well, Charleston is coming up here, and it looks like things are.
How big is
not only
Charleston?
that, but 69 kind of bends a bit up to the north here. So depending upon exactly how this thing tracks, it could maybe try clipping it. Let me double check here. I want to check something with Charleston here. See what kind of population center we're looking at. So non-incorporated community. Huh. Interesting. They had a post office in Charleston from 1855 to 1909. The more you know.
That's a while. I was a young guy back then.
Yeah. So latest scan still shows this thing is on the ground. I will say it's looking a little messy right here, but honestly, I'm wondering if that might just be some debris. I don't. That'd be kind of weird to see that. Let's see the latest velocity scan on this thing. I mean, this thing is still cranking. We'll see here. Like I said, it's getting ready to cross the county line here. So, and if it does, I mean, like I said, Charleston's going to be, like I said, next up here for it. There's our debris signature. So this thing is coming right up on. So it's getting ready to exit the second tornado emergency. We'll see if they extend it here. I'm wondering though. See, like I said, this right here is, I guess, if you're a tornado, is a little concerning because, we'll see what the next scan shows. But I mean, this is the inflow here. So if there's rain in the way, that's not going to be good for your tornado. Nonetheless, it still looks like some stuff is getting through because you can see a little drop off right here in the reflectivity. So it looks like the path is still open right now. But again, this right here makes me wonder. I don't know what I'm drawing. This right here makes me wonder, though, if this is going to affect the tornado. And I guess we'll know here in the next scan or two. guess we will see here very soon. Otherwise, our other tornado warnings.
Yeah, there's those two. Got one in the Owensboro area, and then the other one that's back south of the original one where we started in Creo Springs, in that Coraville, Vienna area. They got a few minutes left on them here, kind of see what they're going to do. That one in Owensboro had a little bit of a tail on it. It's now moving through there. It's always been radar indicated. We've got flood warnings that have popped up all along that line, all the way from Owensboro through Henderson, Morganville, Harrisburg, back down into Marion, south of Marion there in that Coral Springs area, Coraville. So line of storms continue to train in that area. There are severe thunderstorm warnings on all that. The 2 tornado warnings with the potential larger hail, tornadic activity, and then 1-inch hail, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Up to the north, we've got the activity that's in going into Indiana. There's another tornado warning that kind of popped up to the north there in the vicinity of till 9 p.m. in Lawrence County. So at 8:38, a severe thunderstorm was located near Bridgeport or Lawrenceville, moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So that'll be in Bridgetown, Lawrenceport area, and the Vincius Airport. That one is in the Red Hills State Park area up there to the north.
Tornado emergency has been extended, by the way. Tornado emergency has been extended to include Charleston, a good stretch of I-69 almost all the way to St. Charles. That tornado emergency is still large, extremely dangerous tornado. Not much of a hail threat, but within that tornado emergency. But, I'm looking at it here on the velocities. Chris, here's something you don't see very often. The overlap. So the winds here are so strong that the way it works on the algorithm, is that it's an overlap. So this should be bright green, but I guess it's gone past that on the scale and it's gone back down to red. But this should be green. And obviously, take a look at that.
Cool.
Yeah. It will be staying north of Dawson Springs, though, the way it's tracking. But I mean, it's fixing to go right to Charleston if it continues here on this track again. So brand new tornado emergency. This is going to be for Western Hopkins County between Olney and Dawson Springs. This includes a good stretch of I-69. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado was observed near Olney or near Dawson Springs, moving east about 30 miles an hour. This tornado may miss Dawson Springs, but it will be very close. Again, that kind of lines up with what we're seeing here. So this is Dawson Springs. This is the tornado right here. Again, I'm expecting it is going to stay north of Dawson Springs. I'm not certain that it would take a sharp turn down, but it could be clipping this section here of I-69, which kind of curves up to the north. I-69 being, again, an interstate, heavily traveled road. This is Charleston here, little unincorporated community. And again, so right now it's looking like it's going to be tracking potentially right in between those two areas. So again, this right here is the tornado. Looks to probably be right there. And so it's still showing up here on the velocities. Right now, this is like I said, this is a velocity image. This is a very strong tornado, and as we were talking about the debris on this thing, Michael, has anyone posted a new 3D scan of it? I'm just curious, but I'd be very curious to see what the debris scan would look like with this thing. So there it goes. It's crossing the county line now. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Can you make that image large, Michael? I want to take a look at that. Look at that, Chris. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Woo-wee, that is a tornado.
That is as light as it was showing on there.
Whew. My, oh my. And that's fixing to be right over the interstate. It has moved now. This is it right there. Man, it's coming up on Charleston. And look at this again. There's another overlap. So, wow. Let's see. Is that on the velocity too? Yeah, look at that. It is just overrun the. It's overlapped on the velocity. There it is. Right there on the reflectivity. There's your debris ball. Let's see how it looks on the CCs. Come on, load. Load. There we go. Right there. So, and part of the reason why this debris ball isn't probably as big as it could be is because this is, again, kind of a rural area. But my guess here is it is going to get, my guess here is this is a little bit more populated over here. Charleston area. Again, this is going to be staying north of Dawson Springs, but yeah, not by much. In fact, I'm just curious here. How far away? 3 miles away from downtown Dawson Springs.
Oh, wow. This is Dawson
Yeah,
Springs.
Chris, just got the report here. The debris is just as about 2 minutes ago still being lofted up to 37,000 feet right now.
Wow. Yeah, that is a tornado. That is very significant. That is when you start talking that, you start talking your high-end tornado. That is. It's got rolling fork vibes, don't it?
Yeah.
Remember that one that was also lifting debris up?
Oh, yeah.
I remember tracking that one too, and that one was impressive. And this one is getting ready to probably do the same thing. We're coming up on Charleston here. At least as of the last radar scan. Let's see here. About 5 to 10 minutes. So not much time.
And then looking back up to the north, the Owensboro and the one to the south and west have now been downgraded to thunderstorm warnings. So that line has now all become warnings and heavy rain flash flooding. Now looking to the north with those straight line winds are now moving into the Princeton area. We've got all the way to the north to Vincentius, and now it's kind of extended to the south to include Johnson, Fort Branch, and areas along Interstate 60, I believe it's 66 there. So trend winds, 70 mile an hour, potential isolated tornadoes from Vincentius through Mount Carmel, Princeton, Johnson to the south to maybe Armstrong. So that is now in place in those areas for till 9 o'clock. So we'll watch what that does up there. But that is more of a straight line wind with that line coming in. But there could be isolated small tornadoes that pop up along that as it moves through there. So that's kind of what's happening to the north. Lots of rain, lots of flooding, and then those straight line winds up there in south western parts of moving into Indiana.
Boy, that radar looks like a Christmas tree, don't it?
Yes, it does.
That is lit up.
And all these power outages.
Yeah, well, yeah. Those are. I bet you some of those are left over from this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, they were there. Several of them were there already. So they're going to have more storms coming through.
Yeah, and going back to this, this tornado emergency here, I'm looking at it. It may have weakened a little bit, but it's still on the ground, and it's still strong.
It's probably on the highway. It's probably on the interstate now too.
Yeah, well, here's I-69 right here. Like I said, it could clip the north. I mean, it could clip this. Boy. I mean, nonetheless, this is still a strong tornado, and we're coming right up here on Charleston. Let's just take a look at the debris signature on this. Michael, please tell me there's video.
Ben, yeah, I'm getting reports that there are chasers on it, but I'm just not seeing any video coming through yet. So once I see something, I'll definitely let you know. And yeah, definitely definitely a tornado on the ground based on what you're talking about here. That's been on the ground for quite a while.
Yeah, this is a long trek. This is a long trek, guy, and it's still. Yeah, its signatures still indicate this thing is on the ground. In fact, let's take a look here. I want to pop up.
It started in Eddyville.
Yeah. It's coming right up on Charleston. Now, I will say, like I said, it does look like it has maybe gone down a little bit. We're not seeing that overlap anymore that we had been seeing. And if we look at the reflectivities here, it does look like the inflow has become a little cluttered. It's not as clear as it was, 20 minutes or so. My goodness. Look at that thing. Enlarge that. Chris, do you see that? Look at that thing.
Holy smokers.
Wow.
That is wide.
That is wow. Where was that, Michael?
Gigantic wedge
Right now,
on the
north of
ground.
Dawson Springs.
Dawson Springs. So that was ways back a little bit.
Well, Dawson Springs is that. So that's a recent picture, though. I mean, was that taken? I wonder if that was taken from the interstate.
Max velocity.
Well, I'm wondering if that was so. Here's Dawson Spring right here. So it was taken it was taken recently. Well, obviously, but my guess is that picture is probably not more than 10 or 15 minutes old. So, anyways, this thing's coming right up on Charleston. I mean, there you go.
26 miles.
26 miles is how long it's been on the ground, or?
Yeah, the distance.
That's pretty good. That's a long trek.
Eddyville to Charleston.
Eddyville, Charleston. Wow. Whew. And 3 tornado emergencies to boot. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. This thing is coming right up on Charleston. It looks like on our map here, this is Charleston. It might be just south of the word Charleston, but obviously Daylight Road. I mean, it's gonna pass, right over there. It looks like for now it is gonna stay away from the interstate, but it was a heck of a close path there. And my guess here is, look at the inflow on this.
Yeah. Timmy, freeze up.
Yeah, I'll switch over the radar to yours here, Chris, and you can take over
Right.
here. Just getting reports of quite a bit of damage with these tornadoes here. It's what I'm listening to in the background.
Okay. So we're this tornado emergency we've just been talking here has basically been on the ground for 26 miles from Eddyville to this Charleston area, just along in north Interstate 69 there in Kentucky. So again, this is a large tornado. Looks like it could be a mile too wide. And, it's been a tornado emergency here for, roughly about 30 minutes or more. So Charleston, we're still in that. We'll continue to see that track to the east there. Again, it's kind of rural areas, but it does clip, the interstate, the highway there. The footage that Michael's been putting up is coming from that area. So we're going to keep watching it here as it moves through this area. To me, it looks like it's kind of this area to the south here has kind of lost some of its. We'll see what it does here when we get to the end of this emergency, if it'll continue. But right now, we are in a tornado emergency for another 6 minutes at least, moving through Charleston and to the north of Interstate 69 here. So you can kind of see it here up on the scan. Right in that Charleston area. A large tornado. We'll see here if it'll continue. It's got, its signature here. But if it does get to the end of this box, then you're talking this Earlington, Morton's Gap, Barnsley, some communities that could be a little larger in size here than these rural areas in the Charleston area. So now, see that scan, it's still showing a center here, a core, just to the south and east of Charleston. Again, this is a tornado emergency. We've been tracking it for quite some time now. On the ground, very large tornado. We've seen footage of it here a couple times, and it's moving pretty quickly through that tornado emergency box. So Michael's getting reports for us. That's our resolution scan. We can do the velocity scan. Here we are. We were talking about how this area, this is right in that area where it's kind of overrunning the colors. We do have the red, but it's got some yellows in here. So this area of circulation is that core of that large tornado moving here to the east and to the east of Charleston, Kentucky. So kind of zoom out a little bit on that. But again, right here is that tornado center. So, in the next, when we hit the top of the hour, to see if that will continue that tornado emergency. But right now, we're looking at the scans here on the reflectivity. It is still showing a core that's very large in size, and we were showing debris balls that were going up there 35,000 feet in the air, maybe a couple miles wide, potentially. So we've seen pictures that have kind of verified that type of size. And looks like Timmy's jumping back on here.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay. So we are, that's now to the east of Charleston. Still holding steam.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my end here. Just give me a quick second. I got to get everything rebooted up. Hey, look at that thing. It's impressive.
We'll look up some of these towns out ahead of it.
Earlington, Barnsley, Morton's Gap, Nortonville. I don't think Nortonville is going to be in the path, but Earlington may be, and Barnsley too. This thing is, man, this is a long track.
42,400.
Is that how much you wanted bingo?
No.
Oh, I love bingo. That's a fun game, by the way. Anytime we want to play bingo, I'll play.
Not 42,000. 1,400.
Well, that's less impressive.
Yeah, 42,000. I was like, there's not that big. That's a Morton's Gap, probably the same type size. It's bigger than unincorporated, though. That's a zip code. 728.
Oh, man.
Well, it looks like they've dropped the emergency.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they might. I mean,
It still shows up on the.
Let's see here. I mean, it looks like the inflow has been kind of cut off a bit, but Toronto's still going.
Still calling it observed.
Oh, yeah, their ball is still there. That debris is still there. Let me pull up mine here so that you're able to see here. Thanks, Michael, by the way. There it is.
Yep.
Woo-wee! And like I said, now the next thing is going to be, is this thing going to continue to Earlington and Morton's Gap? Because the only thing I can say is that it looks like the inflow has been a little bit blocked here. It doesn't seem to have impeded it at the moment, but it might going down the road. But I mean, this thing is still showing up firmly on the velocities. It is a new trend emergency, by the way. So it looks like this thing is still on the ground, and they're expecting it to continue on the ground here. This is going to be for southeastern Hopkins County, north from Morton's Gap. So they're thinking Morton's Gap might be getting it next year. Here's Morton's Gap. So there's Trento. I think it's moving about, 30 miles an hour?
Yep.
Let's
35, I think.
35. Let's do it. 35. That's going to put it in Morton's Gap in about 10 to 15 minutes. So this thing still being on the ground, man, oh man, that is that's impressive.
My dog here's a cat.
Yeah, she needs to be quiet.
He's standing here looking behind me. Where's that coming from?
No, she's just she's hungry. Hey, someone from Skyward says hey. Yay! We have a comment. All right. So here it is. Next radar scan showing it. Here's another velocity. Chris, I don't know about you, but it looks like it might have gone down a little bit. But the debris ball says it's still there.
Yeah. I don't think it still had that color overrun a little bit. Not quite as wide, but it's still there.
Absolutely. This thing is still there. And it's not just still there, it still means business. And yes, this is coming up on Morton's Gap. Let's see here, pull up some info about Morton's Gap. What's
729.
729?
That's what I think the population.
Oh, population. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the time for a second. I was like, it's not 729. How long have I been gone? No. Yeah. Let's see here. It's named after Virginia native Thomas Morton.
It's in the gap in the highway.
Yeah.
Between two hills, probably.
So we're still tracking this trim. See, this thing's coming right up on Morton's Gap. Looks like, to me, it's going to be staying south of Earlington. But goodness golly, not by much. Especially if this thing decides it wants to turn a bit. At the moment, though. So yeah, Morton's Gap, little town there. About 729 people. 728. Yeah, that is. And then Arlington, bit bigger, about 1,400 people. However, again, at the moment, it looks like this will be staying just to the south of at least downtown Erlingville. But I mean, Morton's Gap, wow, certainly right in the path of this thing at the moment. Is this the only trail warning we got left? No, we still got some in Indy.
Yeah, we got multiple tornado warnings in southern Indiana that we're following here, and looks like meteorologist Josh Gimbel, he's going to go live on Indiana's Facebook page to cover these storms there, while we're really focused on this tornado emergency and deservedly so.
Yeah, absolutely. This might be the strongest one of the night that we have seen. Still there on the velocity. Still churning up. Still showing up there on the debris. And look at that.
On that way, there should be some folks out there watching this.
You mean you'll have a good, well, it might be a little bit rain wrapped now at this point.
And dark.
Might not have as clear of a view. But I tell you what, if this was over like a city, it would be a lightning show and a power flash show.
Yep.
But yeah,
the tornado warnings box out ahead is lengthened, it looks like.
and that too is going to be a PDS tornado warning, just
Yep.
based on what's been going on here. Staying well south of Madisonville. But like I said, coming right up here now on it's be coming right up here on Morton's Gap and Barnsley. I mean, yeah, this has been a long track storm here. I mean, we technically have been watching the storm since it was around Paducah, but it really didn't get itself going until it got over towards the Eddiesville area, and I can't remember the other town. But man, it got to Eddyville, and it just exploded, and it's been on the ground pretty much since then. It was a stovepipe tornado. Obviously, this is a full-on wedge tornado from the pictures and everything we've been seeing. It's been long track too. Now, so far though, it's generally stayed away from some of the urban areas. It did miss Dawson Spring. It stayed away from St. Charles. Really, it didn't touch down until after it had passed Eddyville. And now it's getting close to really the closest it's come to one of the big, towns. It's gone through a few unincorporated communities, but as far as towns, this is the closest it's gotten. Earlington and Morton's Gap.
40 miles.
How many?
40.
Wow. 40 miles.
From Eddiesville to Morton's Gap.
Wow. Wow. And this is the debris signature on it here. So the thing is still on the ground. Now, the question is here, so for right now, it looks like it'll be staying south of Earlington. It'll be a close path. I mean, look at that. So it's going to be going right to Barnsley here. Let's take a look here. There's downtown Earlington. This thing's about a mile away from downtown Earlington. So possibly grazing up here on some of the southern parts of that town, the extreme southern part. Also coming up on Barnsley. But yeah, this thing has kind of threaded the needle a little bit with some of these towns. It's gotten close to quite a few. It did go over. It has impacted. That has impacted stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it's just interesting. This one just seems like it's kind of, threading the needle between some towns here.
And then once it gets past, it's a long distance before it gets to that next, bigger towns. I mean, there's some smaller ones in that path. Graham and Earliers, they're, I imagine, unincorporated.
Yeah. And really, you're right. I mean, there really isn't too much for quite a while.
Just across the highways.
Let's see how. Yeah. And it's going to be crossing right over I-69 here. There it is. Not quite as strong looking. But it's still on the ground, nonetheless.
It's close to Earlington.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if it might be occluding. If that's the case, it's going to bring it right in there. Let's see here. Yeah, it might be occluding. It could bank a bit north. So, which when we see these tornadoes occlude, they kind of like to turn north at the last minute. But it does look like it is weakening, though, so it might not be quite as strong. again, either way, Baby Gray's in the south side here of Arlington. Again, it looks like Morton's Gap is not going to be seeing it at this rate. Barnsley maybe still, but there it is, much weaker. I think it's occluding here, so this might be it for it. Doesn't mean it could be it for the storm, but
yeah. And Timmy, I'll show you here. I got so it's coming up on I-69 here, and we've got cameras along the road. And
yay!
I just pulled those up here.
Oh, come on! Oh, you've got to be kidding!
Can't make this stuff up.
You didn't pay their bill.
Dear Kentucky, what the heck?
They're out of money.
Gosh, they must be. What, someone forget to change the batteries or something?
Out of money. Cameras are out of order.
Oh.
Yeah, and this had 3 or 4 cameras there in Morton's Gap and that area that we're wanting to see.
Goodness golly gracious. That is, well, I mean, there might not be a camera left after, depending on how this goes, but
that's true. But also, it's dark out. We're not going to be able to see much anyway.
We could see the camera go airborne. That would be kind of a cool shot. No one's ever thrown a camera like a GoPro into a tornado. I mean, that would be a fascinating video. All right, it's crossing the Highway 61 now. Looks like right over Barnsley. But, man, it is looking a lot weaker as it does so. I mean, it's still showing signatures, but might be roping out here. We'll see here how we're doing on the CCs, but that's gone down too. So it looks like this guy is weakening. Now it looks like it's weakening. Looks like it's gotten a bit of a little bit of an outflow push here. As we can see, it kind of retreated into the storm. The inflow is really cut off now. So it looks like some rain cooled air just came in and pushed it. And my guess is this thing really is weakening as it comes over Barnsley. Will it hold out to the interstate? Not sure. But what do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, just looking at these last reflectivity as well scans, it is kind of that area to the south kind of occluded into it, and it's lost that rotating section a little bit. It's weakened. It's still there. You can still see it in that Arlington, but it's not the. Let's see what the reflect velocities are still. Yeah, we don't have that overrun and coloring yellows and reds. It's more of a green and not significant here in the last, I don't know, from the start of that emergency box to now, it's really, really weakened on the velocity scan.
Yeah, and I couldn't, it is really weakened quite a bit. I don't think.
That's right.
The question is here, how's the parent mesocyclone? Let me check some high scans here. I'm just curious if how the parent rotation's still doing. Let's see here. Even the parent rotation has kind of gone down a little bit. The power went out for Josh. You see that, Michael? All right, we're getting a couple of injuries. Trees down across multiple roads, making travel impossible. Minor injuries north of Princeton there from that tornado. So we just got that camp coming through. We just got that report coming through. So again, that was a while ago, but that was when it was passing north of Princeton. The storm itself, You know what, Chris? I don't think the supercell's got much time left. I think it's about to get ran into.
With the line.
Yeah.
Yep.
That may be it. I mean, it may try to. And I'm also looking at the higher scans here. And I tell you, that parent rotation appears to really drop down. So, I mean, still try to form a new one, but I think overall, this storm maybe. I mean, it's not done, but I mean, I think its time is numbered here.
I do agree. Looks like it's gonna. It's lost that, especially on the backside there. And it's about ready to. Like you said, that line's gonna crash into it in that Madisonville area.
And really, that'll probably bring an end to the severe weather threat for the most part. I mean, well, for the tornado threat, I think it's still a little bit of a straight line wind situation, maybe a spin up here and there. But really, this is honestly, Chris, this is the last supercell.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
I mean, nothing up ahead here in Kentucky. Bowling Green's pretty quiet. Elizabethtown's pretty quiet. Campbellsville is pretty quiet. I think this will probably be it. We'll probably be able to probably end this in a little bit here, but wait until this collision happens. But boy, what a tornado that was, huh?
Yeah, that was impressive. 4 miles, 40 miles on the ground. Big, large tornado. I mean,
yeah, the pictures that Michael was showing us, that thing meant business. That was a tornado and a half.
So we had two pretty good ones.
This tornado here I'm looking at. There we go. So showing my screen here. So so here's the warnings right here. But as far as what's getting right up here in this area here, what is this?
Yeah.
Would that have anything to do with this tornado?
No, I think it's the gap that you're seeing.
Okay.
I think. Well, hold on a minute. I mean, no, I just think that's the gap between the two storms, honestly.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Like that's north and east and yeah, it's kind of in that hole.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know if maybe debris got sucked up into that some way somehow.
No, that's what I thought at first too, but then looking at it, I think it's just this gap right here that you're seeing.
Gotcha.
On a side note, the tornado warning has been downgraded to just observed. It's no longer a PDS tornado warning here. My guess is it might not be observed after a little while here because it really looks like that tornado is gone now. Unless it's doing a dramatic decline, but I don't think so. I think that's what's left of it. It's just a little faint rotation here. I don't know if this storm will have time to even try to cycle. I don't think it. I mean, really, it's the only supercell out there. I don't think it's going to have time to really cycle because it's about to get ran into. And so that might be it for our tornado. Well, our long track tornado probabilities here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the storms in Indiana here. There are 3 tornado warnings along the line that's moving through here. All 3 of them are radar indicated. There was one just south of Princeton that was observed, but then now has moved east towards the Jasper area. So 3 radar indicated tornado warnings right now. And then we've got about 3/4 of an inch size hail going on with this line here, and winds up to 70 miles per hour as the line's moving through.
Lots of flooding and rain. So Timmy's lost it. So what Michael just ran down was this stuff up here to the north. The Princeton, earlier in Princeton when this line came through, there was a pretty solid line in. It's kind of weakened as we moved a little farther in here. So we're looking at 70 mile winds have decreased some, and we'll see what those tornado warnings continue. And then this one in the we've been long track tornado about to the east here in Kentucky across the interstate, but again, may not have the size and strength that it once had. It's still calling it observed. So that is, what we're keeping an eye on there. So if that is still on the ground, we're looking probably in this area would be across the highway here in this rural area between Earls and Graham. Obviously, if it continues this movement, we'd be in South Carrollton, Central City towards the end of that in 30 minutes or so. But that is hail up to 3/4, observed tornado. At 9:20, confirmed tornado is located over Morton's Gap, south of Madisonville, moving east at 25. You're around Greenville, Graham around 9:25, which is now. Greenville 9:35, and Central City 9:40. So about 20 minutes.
I wonder if they'll. I wonder if that'll just go back down to complete radar indicated. The new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued has taken over. Encompasses that supercell, so that might be about it.
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah, I mean, the outflow is going to hit that thing. And
well, it's been
eventful.
Eventful.
You're not kidding. Huh? Yeah, that has been a. Well, that was certainly that Kentucky storm was certain, but I also that wedge too in Illinois. I'm curious, about that. I want to take a look at that because that did not show up at all on the radar. Really, from what we saw the video, that looked way more than it was on the radar.
All that stuff in Indiana is weakened considerably too.
And half of West Virginia is without power, apparently. According to your map. Well, I don't know about you guys, but
yep, I gotta go at 9:30 myself. So
yeah. Well, that timed out pretty well then.
Yeah. I was sitting there watching and going, "Oh boy, it's going to end right when we needed it to."
Yeah, See, the one thing that always fascinates me about those large tornadoes is just how quickly they can end. And that was a good example. That thing was chugging, and then it was just like, I'm done.
Lots of rain.
And it looks like someone's missing a roof. What is significant damage at home? I think that's more. Oh, really? Huh. That looks like more than just significant damage. That's wow. Oh, here we go. Wow.
That's a brick home.
Yeah. Interesting that tree's still standing though. Well, part of it. Look at that. So that might have been when it first touched down. Because that must have been early on. It's like a wall cloud there. There's a dude taking a picture. Wow. Yeah, we'll probably know more. I guess as we're going to see quite a few pictures here. Wow. Well, that looks to be about it for this event, at least on my end here. So I'm going to go ahead and peace out.
Thanks everybody. And then hopefully the storms in Indiana will weaken here a little bit. 60, 70 mile per hour wind gust ahead of that storm. So if anybody's listening in that area, southern Indiana, and as well down in the Kentucky area, any severe thunderstorm warning, maybe take a little extra serious with these wind gusts ahead of the storm, and take precautions there. So appreciate all your guys' work today. Long day for a lot of people, several members of the team working hard on this holiday Sunday, and hope you all enjoy your Memorial Day, and we'll see you at the next storm.
All right. See you guys.
See y'all.
See you, everybody.